Testing mic 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Testing mic 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
gusa amayekuteri ubwo noneho amayekuteri ntabwo nyakeneye
Our guests and participants who are joining us online. Please stay with us. We are about to begin in a few minutes here in Addis Ababa. You're most welcome.
Which is leading up to the official opening of the high-level ministerial meeting of the Nile Basin Development Forum. Thank you all very much for joining us once again for this high-level event. Shortly, we'll resume our session as soon as we have our guests on the high table back here in the session. We are also kindly joined by a lot of people from overseas, internationally, via Zoom, attending this session virtually. So we'll have a great deal of attendance in this regard, regardless of how it looks like in this hall, where we have to respect national and global guidelines for the prevention of COVID-19. Your Excellency, Dr. Engineer Seleshi Bekele, Minister of Water, Irrigation and Energy of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, who's also a host, a NICOM chair or member. Sir Saifuddin Abdullah, Executive Director of the MRI Initiative. Honorable Catherine Toby, World Bank Practice Manager for East Africa. Some of the names I call out might not be here, but hopefully they'll join us virtually. And this event is also happening via Zoom. So forgive me if we don't have those people here in this room. His Excellency, Mr. Patrick Kamara, Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Environment of Rwanda, who is representative of Her Excellency, the Minister of Water Honorable partners, delegates, representatives of international organizations, us virtually, honorable parliamentarians, excellency ministers of water and foreign affairs in the riparian countries and other senior government officials, honorable representatives of water resource and basin organizations, development partners, professionals, CSOs, NGOs, UN agencies, media practitioners, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Bonjour. Sabah Okhiri. Buenos dias. And a very warm welcome to the opening ceremony of the high-level ministerial panel on the seeds of the Nile Basin Development Forum, NBDF, proudly hosted by the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, which incidentally was also the host of the first ever NBDF back in 2006. My name is Shimon Slaman. It's a great honor for me to be your master of ceremonies for this high-level event. This grand event is happening amidst the global pandemic COVID-19. I would like at this outset to remind you all of the national and global guidelines for the prevention of COVID-19. Keeping your distance, 2 meters is the standard, and wearing your masks all the time in all places, and as much as possible sanitize your hands. The Nile Basin Development Forum, NBDF, is a high-level regional event convened every 3 years by the Nile Basin Initiative in collaboration with its member states and in partnership with development partners. The event is a science policy dialogue that provides an opportunity for sharing latest information, knowledge, and best practices, as well as building partnerships among professionals in transboundary water resource management and development. The objectives of the forum are to build common understanding on the status of the water and natural resources base of the Nile Basin among basin countries, among stakeholders, examine the shared complex challenges and exchange perspectives on the solution for addressing the challenge facing the Nile region. The theme of this year's, that is 6th NBDF, is rethinking regional investments in the Nile Basin. This theme is supported by 6 sub-themes on water security, energy security, food security, environmental sustainability, climate change adaptation, and transboundary water governance. And for the first time this year, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the 6th edition of the NBDF has taken place mostly virtually through a series of webinars running from February to April 2021. Only the final events of the forum, the middle-level panel discussion, which took place yesterday, and the high-level ministerial panel discussion and forum declaration today are taking place in a hybrid format. In total, 30 technical webinars organized under 6 themes and 10 streams were held in 2021, successfully beating the challenge of holding it online, for which we would like to highly congratulate the organizers Everybody, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, for this successful first time ever virtual organizing of the event. Would you give them all a round of big applause for being able to do this virtually and for the technical success? Please join me in applauding them all for making it a success, as it is a first time or first kind of, for the first time. With that, now please allow me to introduce Professor Saifuddin Hamad Abdullah, Executive Director of the Nile Basin Initiative, for a welcome speech to this high-level forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Saifuddin.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Salamno. Your Excellency, Dr. Jane Ark, the Chair of the Nile Council of Ministers, represented by the Permanent Secretary, Your Excellency, Dr. Engineer Bakali Slashi, Ministers present, Your Excellencies, NILCOM ministers online, distinguished members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of the NBI development partners, NILTAC, NILTAC, and INSAT, and NBI staff, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the closing session of the 6th Nile Basin Development Forum. I take this opportunity to thank the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia for hosting the 6th Nile Basin Development Forum and the warm hospitality extended to our delegations. I wish to inform you that this is a closing event of the forum after a series of technical webinars were conducted through the virtual platform Zoom in the last 2 months. The forum had to adjust to a hybrid and a physical, as well as virtual platform, taking into consideration the new normal occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the forum has been organized under the guiding and very pertinent theme that states rethinking investments in the Nile Basin. The sub-themes were derived from the 6 overarching focus sectorial goals of water security, energy security, water for food, environment, climate change, and transboundary water governance. A call for papers was made about 1.5 years ago, and a good response was received from the science and research family in the areas of focus. NBI screened these papers and selected those that were invited to present in the webinars. So what we shall receive today is a synthesis and distillation from those sessions, and delve and delving into deeper panel discussions on these focus areas. It is our hope and aspiration that these briefs and discussion will inform the regional and national policy regimes for the good and better sustainability of the Nile Basin. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to appreciate member states of the Nile Basin Initiative for the continued commitment and support to this cooperation, and thank the NBI development partners for the unwavering technical and financial support. In a special way, thank the World Bank, the European Union, and the government of Germany for the support to this particular forum. I appreciate the scientific research community for their invaluable contributions to the forum through the webinars. I also appreciate the distinguished panelists for accepting to participate. And last but not least, appreciate all the participants for sparing the time to join in person or online. I wish to, with these few remarks, I wish to thank you once again and wish you fruitful participation in this important forum for sustainable management and development of the Nile Basin. Assalamu alaikum, thank you. I'm Sakin Allo.
Thank you very much, Professor Salahuddin Hamad, Executive Director of the Nile Basin Initiative, for those key messages highlighting the importance of this grand event. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to recognize the presence online of the following important people who are attending this session virtually. We have Honorable Sam Cheptoris, NileCom Uganda. We also have Her Excellency Jean-Marc Jawa Maria, NileCom Chair from Rwanda. We have Honorable Cicely Ekariuki, NileCom Kenya, and also World Bank representative, Ms. Catherine Tovey, African Development Bank representative, Honorable Engineer Emma Nanjo Ejioma, and also EU representative, Ms. San Williams. Thank you all very much for joining us. Would you give them a big round of applause for joining us and recognize them for their kind attendance of this important session. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, each NBDF event looks at a topical issue related to the protection of the ecosystem of the Nile and the sustainable management, development, and governance of water and related natural resources of the basin to address development challenges in the region. So in this context, what have been the main program highlights of the 6th Nile Basin Development Forum? Dr. Michael Kiza, who is a senior water resources specialist, will now give us the answer to that question, and I'd like to invite him now to the stage for a presentation of what the highlights of the program have been. Dr. Michael Kiza, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. Saleshi Bekele, Minister of Water, Irrigation and Energy, Ethiopia, our guest of honor, Mr. Patrick Karela, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Rwanda, representing the NileCom Chair, NILCOM members who are here and those that are joining virtually, NILTAC members, all participants here and also those joining us virtually, good morning. My job this morning is short. It's just to run through the NBDF program, the closing ceremony program. But before I do that, I just wanted to give some perspective on how we've run the NBDF this year. As you know, the NBDF has always been held as a 3-day program every 3 years. This year, because of the COVID restrictions, we were forced by circumstances to innovate, and we turned the whole thing virtual mainly. So rather than 3 days of NBDF, we've been honored to have almost 3 months of the NBDF. So in a way, it is a good thing because the members, the riparians of the Nile Basin have been engaging rather than just in 3 days. They've been engaging for the last 3 months. And I think that is a positive. And we've registered a lot of success. My colleague will come later to highlight some of the things that are coming out. But on this slide, I'm just showing what has happened in the last 3 months. Essentially, we had a launch of the 6th NBDF as a virtual event attended by many of you during the Nile Day celebrations this year on 22nd February. And then this was followed by more than almost a month and a half of webinar series. The webinar series were really technical presentations made by members who had submitted abstracts, keynote presentations, panel discussions on different topics, as will be highlighted later. Very, very engaging period. And today, including yesterday, is the culmination of this very, very important process. We are having the closing ceremony. Yesterday, we had the honor to review the outcomes of the webinars under the different headings, basically under assessments, under investments, which is the theme of this year's NBDF, and governance. And today we are having the high-level panel of ministers and also having the Nile Media Awards. So I'm going to just very briefly review what we should expect today as I review the program of the day. So the day already started with press briefing and also screening of the Nile Basin Initiative profile video, which was a very useful thing, and maybe when we get some other opportunities during the day, we shall screen it again. And now we are in the opening ceremony of this closing stage, where members have been invited to give speeches, the ministers, the guest of honor, and also our partners. This will be followed by a high-level panel. A high-level panel will receive some of the high-level outcomes of the webinar series that we've been having. And the panel will be made of honorable ministers, both physically here and also virtually participating. And that will lead us to lunchtime. And after lunch, we shall have a very important function, which is the Nile Media Awards, which I encourage all of you to participate in. The media are a very important part of cooperation in the Nile Basin because they are our link to the citizens of the basin in terms of providing them information about what we are doing and also getting us feedback on what we are not doing right so that we change. And that will lead us to the closing stage of the program. And we hope to be done with this program between 3 and 4. So that is very briefly what we should expect. Each one of you has received a folder that has the more details of the program. Please review it. And yeah, you're welcome to this closing ceremony. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Michael Kiza, Senior Water Resources Specialist, for giving us the highlights of today's program. Now, as has been highlighted in the introduction, the 6th Nile Basin Development Forum, which is running under the theme Rethinking Regional Investments in the Nile Basin, has been a platform for 30 technical webinars organized under 6 thematic areas, including water security, energy security, food security, environmental sustainability, climate change adaptation, and transboundary water governance. So we ask, where or what were the main takeaways of these 30 webinars? For that, Dr. Nicholas Aza, who is the lead rapporteur of the NBDF, will give us the summary of the online sessions, and I'd like to invite him now to the stage to do so. You're welcome, Dr. Nicholas. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. I think the theme has been introduced and the mode of the NBDF has been introduced. The overall theme has been rethinking investments. Let me move to the next slide. This year, like you've heard, the NBDF for the second time is being hosted by the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and our minister, who is also present here with today, launched this function on the 22nd of February. And he's here with us also to participate and hear what came out of what he launched. We had 30 webinars. I will not read all of them, but they were under 6 themes and 10 streams. Those are the 10 streams that you see on the side here. We had on regional basin monitoring, 2 webinars, on groundwater management, 2 webinars, on water quality and watershed management, where we shared best practices, 2 webinars, on transboundary wetlands management. We had 6 webinars, including one which was focused exclusively on South Sudan and the Sud. On reconciling water and energy planning, 2 webinars. On water and food nutritional security, 3 webinars. On adaptation to climate change, 4 webinars. On reservoir operations and coordination, 2 webinars. On role of civil society in Nile cooperation, participation, and the media, 3 webinars. And lastly, on transboundary water governance, 3 webinars. In total, we had 36 keynote papers, 134 presentations, and 26 panel discussions. The attendance before yesterday, the virtual webinars, we had 824 participants from 55 countries all over the world. And 62.5% of those participants were from the Nile Basin. The rest, which is also a significant proportion, was outside of the Nile Basin, indicating that this basin is of international significance and people beyond the basin care that we manage it well. Yesterday, which was the first day of the closing, we had 124 people participating online. 80% were from the basin. And physically here in the room, we had 110 people participating. This is the participation by country. The first graph up is for the virtual webinars. The largest number of participants within the Nile Basin came from Uganda, followed by Ethiopia, Sudan, and then outside of the Nile Basin, the largest participants came from Europe and North America. And in Europe, mainly from 3 countries, the UK, Germany, and the Netherlands. And from North America, they were almost all from the USA. Yesterday, we had a similar pattern. The largest number of participants were from Uganda, followed by Ethiopia. Then we had Rwanda and Sudan. And again, we had a large number from the UK and Germany and from the USA. In terms of gender balance in the participation, roughly we had about a quarter of the participants being female, I think it is an improvement from past NBDFs. Significant is that in the virtual webinars, we had 215 women participating, which I think is significant. And yesterday we had a similar proportion, about a quarter were female participants. For the first time, to highlight the increasing participation of ladies, we had an all-female panel in one of the webinars on transboundary water governance discussing, and it was a very nice and engaging discussion. In terms of professions that participated, it was largely dominated by engineers, civil engineers, water resources engineers, irrigation and drainage engineers, environmental engineers, hydraulic engineers. They were the largest group, about 20%. We had also water resources management specialists, water officers in the water authorities and river basin authorities in the countries. There was also a significant number. We had environmentalists, ecologists, wetland specialists. There was also a significant number. We had the media present in good numbers, editors, producers, journalists, and reporters. There was also a good number, plus other professions. There was a very broad range of professions that participated. We had also ordinary citizens from ordinary walks of life present. We had 6 medical doctors and 2 pharmacists also taking part in the discussion, showing that these issues of the Nile touch everybody in the basin. We had strong presence from the academic and research fields. In total, we had 21 professors, 33 associate professors, many lecturers, PhD and master's students, making up close to a third of the participants in the webinars. Just to highlight a few of the distinguished guests we had participating in the webinars. We had His Excellency, Dr. Braha Adogna, who is present here with us. He participated in the webinars. We had Her Excellency, Alemtese Meseref, Ethiopian Ambassador to Uganda. She also joined the webinars. We had His Excellency, Abdallah Abdel Salam Ahmed, a Sudanese Ambassador to Japan. He joined. We had Her Excellency, Sirpa Maenpa, Ambassador for Peace Mediation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland. We had His Excellency, Kabin Komara, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Guinea, and at present the High Commissioner for the Senegal River Basin Authority, OMVS. He participated, he's passionate about Nile matters. He was stationed in Cairo for some time. And lastly, we had Mr. Mustafa Tariq, diplomat at the Embassy of Egypt in Ethiopia, who joined us virtually yesterday. Those are some of the distinguished guests we had. We learned some lessons from this first attempt to hold this thing virtually, which was brought upon us by COVID. There were a few challenges. One was to do with the adapting to this new technology of online webinars. For the elderly participants, this was a challenge to be able to use the technology to find their link, to turn on their microphones, to turn on their cameras was a challenge, to screen share, to put the presentation in full mode. We had challenges. The other was related to power, intermittency, and internet weakness in our region. So sometimes we would have participants dropping off. Sometimes even the panelists, when they are talking, they would drop off. This is a challenge of our region. It stresses the importance of what we are doing here to try and have energy security, among other things. Then, of course, difficulty of time zone when you are meeting virtually. You saw strong participation from the UK and also from the US. The people in the eastern coast of the US are 7 to 8 hours away from the rest of the people here in the basin. It was a challenge. We had people waking up at 2 a.m. in the night to be with us, but still they persevered. We had quite good discussion from those people there. Overall, it was a very positive experience, and it showed that dialogue could be held and at substantially lower cost, but still be effective in facilitating the exchange of viewpoints. The virtual mode allowed for a far larger number of participants than would have been possible with a physical conference for the same level of cost. And like Dr. Michael just mentioned, we spread the webinars over almost 2 months. And that allowed us to look at a very broad range of topics, as we have seen under the 30 virtual webinars. This would not have been possible to have such a broad coverage under a physical conference. And finally, it allows people from different parts of the world to join much more effectively than you can do through a physical conference. So overall, it was a positive thing which we could learn lessons and use in planning future NBDFs. Those are screenshots of the discussions we had in the online virtual webinars. And then the final closing session, which started yesterday. Those are pictures of the discussions we had yesterday. Now, the takeaway messages from those webinars and the session of yesterday. In the area of natural resources, the natural resource space, it was observed that across the basin, there is general destruction of the environment, ecosystems and watersheds, and pollution of surface and groundwaters occurring at an increasing rate. But it was also observed that Nile countries, individually or in groupings under the subbasins, are trying to take measures to protect the natural resource base. And they're taking measures including reducing soil loss, improving water retention in farmlands, reducing river channel and reservoir sedimentation, improving agricultural land productivity, valuing and improving the management of transboundary wetlands. There are a number of ongoing initiatives there, controlling the eutrophication and pollution of surface and groundwaters, especially in the Lake Victoria Basin. But it was observed that the level of effort being made by the Nile countries was still low relative to the pressures, the high pressures on the natural resource base. These are some of the pictures from the experience we shared. This is from Ethiopia, and we see ordinary citizens participating in constructing a check dam. It helps to reduce sediment export and reduce gully erosion. We also had good experiences from Rwanda. You can appreciate the scale at which land husbandry is being implemented. And we also had good lessons from DRC Congo, the part in the Nile Basin, where they also shared the experiences of the challenges and what they're doing to try and manage. The recommendation with respect to the natural resource base, the participants felt it was important that the Nile countries put in place frameworks and programs that can enable upstream and downstream countries to cooperate in sharing benefits, but also the costs related to watershed management, because it's quite costly to put in those measures. And also through those frameworks, share best practices and experiences like we did through the NBDF, and implement regionally coordinated programs to control water pollution and protect and conserve the wetlands and other aquatic ecosystems of the basin. In the area of basin monitoring, which was another stream, it was observed that the demand for timely and accurate water resources data and information to support strategic and operational decision-making and support the design of national and regional water infrastructure was on the increase. The NBI, in partnership with regional institutions such as ICPAC, it was observed, was supporting efforts to improve data and information availability in the basin through the regional hydromet project, which is under implementation. The NBI, it was also observed, is helping to provide flood and drought monitoring and forecasting services, both at basin-wide level, but also in the sub-basins. Member states, the recommendation was from the webinars, need to increase investment in deploying state-of-the-art monitoring technologies that consider both ground-based stations as well as space-based data sources. In particular, the countries were encouraged to make greater use of remotely sensed data that is freely available and can complement the data from country monitoring stations where there are gaps in time and space. The countries also, the participants felt needed to increase investment in regionally coordinated climate change adaptation and mitigation measures, employing a combination of gray and green infrastructure. Efforts in trust building, the participants felt needed to be intensified to make it possible to operationalize existing arrangements of data sharing and exchange amongst the Nile countries. With regard to the water security situation, the observation was that the demand for water in the basin is on the rise from sectors such as food, energy, drinking water supply and sanitation, industry, navigation, livestock, recreation, to mention but a few. Under pressure of a rapidly expanding population, growing socioeconomic development, modernization, industrialization, and changing diets. The increased demand coincides with growing depletion and pollution of the basin's finite water resources from anthropogenic activities. Future demand, it was projected from national plans, would outstrip supply and lead to intensification of water stress and competition. And difficult trade-offs would have to be made by the countries because of the water scarcity. And this scarcity would become greater with uncertainties introduced by climate change. In terms of recommendations, specifically in the area of food security, the view was that the business as usual approach would not serve the basin countries. It is not possible infinitely to keep responding to demands for food by increasing the area under rain-fed irrigation or expanding irrigation. And what was needed was to invest in making improvements across all farming systems and combining that with food imports. The other recommendation was for the countries also to pay greater attention to the livestock sector, which can produce food in areas where crops may not be able to feature very well. There were a lot of recommendations from technical experts, including from IRUMI, on tried approaches that could help in improving productivity and producing more with less water. On food, on energy security, the observation was that the region has abundant energy resources, but low development of the energy potential and therefore low electrification rates. Thermal plants were observed to be the dominant source of energy in the region, but hydropower was also important as a source of cheap and clean energy in the region. The upper picture is of a thermal plant in Alexandria, and the down one is hydropower. In a number of the Nile countries, the share of hydro in the energy mix is greater than 50%. In the DRC, hydro accounts for 99% of generation. In Ethiopia, 90%, Uganda, 84%. So in these countries, hydro is very important in the energy picture, energy security of the countries. The recommendation with respect to energy security for the region is for them to pursue coordinated management of water, energy, and food sectors under the Nexus approach, and for increased synergies between the river basin organizations such as the NBI and regional economic communities in coordinated planning and promotion of investment in water energy, as is already ongoing between NELSAP and COMESA and the East African Power Pool. Another recommendation, to increase investments to expand regional power interconnections and power trade so as to attain efficient, reliable, and stable supply of power, and to increase diversification of energy sources with increased share of hydro and other renewables in the energy mix, which improves energy security while also reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the region. Finally, to invest in improving the enabling environment for regional energy projects to take place. There were webinars 2 webinars on coordinated reservoir operation. The observation was that on different reaches of the Nile, a number of hydraulic facilities have been put in place. And because they're on the same reaches, it calls for coordination in their operation. And it was observed as the countries continue to plan, this need for coordination will become even greater and more urgent. The recommendation was that going forward, coordination in operation of these facilities is not only desirable, but it is really necessary to achieve efficiency and optimization of benefits from these facilities. But it was recognized this coordination will not come easy. It is a challenge and therefore needs to be developed in a phased manner, accompanied with efforts to build trust and confidence. On stakeholder participation, it was observed that the NBDF had been effective in allowing non-state actors, scholars, media professionals, and other citizens to add their voice to the continuing dialogue on the governance of the basin. Participants noted that notable achievements had been made by the NBI and the Nile Basin Discourse in stakeholder involvement, but observed that further work was needed to deepen stakeholder participation and gender mainstreaming in the investment activities of the Nile Basin Initiative. The pictures that you see are stakeholder engagement from NELSAP in the Resumo project. On media, participants observed that reporting by the media has grown over the last 15 years and made an important contribution to the Nile Basin process and discourse. The NBI was applauded for many years of supporting continued media engagement to create an enabling environment for fact-based and constructive reporting so as to support informed dialogue and factual public narratives that in turn support consensus building on the Nile. However, it was noted that in recent years, facts and objectivity in media reporting are being overtaken by emotions, and the media is being caught in the national trap of portraying the Nile only from the national viewpoint. Journalists trained in balanced and evidence-based reporting are still outnumbered by those who are focused on sensationalism and promotion of divisive narratives. Fake news and targeted disinformation and misinformation campaigns are on the increase, especially on social media platforms. The recommendation on media, the NBI and other development partners need to increase their support to capacity building of the journalists so as to help improve their understanding of the complex issues of the Nile and promote a return to factual reporting on the Nile. Nile media practitioners was recommended needed to engage more in collaborative storytelling like they used to do in the past. We had journalists from different countries getting together and writing a common story so that story would carry different perspectives. The media people were encouraged to use media such as radio, podcasts, videos, and photographs and social media platform to be more effective in getting out their messages on the Nile. The NBI, it was recommended, needed to develop a Nile fact book app on social media. That could be one way of countering the false information on Nile that is being circulated on social media. And it was said the NBI could play a bigger role in brokering scientific information and knowledge to journalists. It could act as a body that identifies information and points it to the journalists so that it can help them in promoting factual reporting. On transboundary water governance, consensus in the Nile Basin is possible, was the resounding view of many of the participants in the webinar. They felt it is possible for us to eventually reach consensus and move together. The other observation was that NBI has been a positive enterprise and has contributed positively to the Nile process, and that the countries are better off today with the NBI than if the NBI had not existed. They also felt that the search for solutions to have Egypt as an active member of the NBI and all the countries working together to find peaceful solutions of concern should be continued in earnest. Furthermore, that heads of states and government need to continue to be engaged in efforts to deepen Nile cooperation and advance the regional investment agenda to deliver benefits from the common Nile resources for all the Nile riparians. Furthermore, it was stressed there should be a move away from volumetric water sharing to sharing benefits and costs. And further, there should be a shift away from historical use of water to cooperation to address strategic issues that could help unlock the development potential of the basin to meet the development needs and aspirations of the people of the basin. Furthermore, that facilitation and mediation by neutral third parties could be desirable in a situation where there is breakdown in trust between the participating countries. However, it was stressed that such mediators needed to exercise maximum patience, impartiality, and neutrality at all times. And lastly, that against a backdrop of low levels of mistrust amongst high-level state actors, the Nile countries needed to increase support for multi-track water diplomacy. That is diplomacy that includes the role for non-state actors to give more space for the ordinary citizens to also participate in the discourse and in the search for solutions on the Nile question. On regional investment coordination amongst the RECs, it was observed that the development needs of the region were far greater than could be handled by a single regional body. And that increasing collaboration and synergies between the regional bodies that we have in the Nile Basin in planning and promotion of investments in water-related sectors would yield greater benefits for the Nile communities than is possible from any single organization acting alone. Collaboration, it was pointed out, could leverage comparative strengths of the different organizations and also provide them with an additional opportunity to demonstrate to the member states their relevance and justification for continued support. The NBI, it was pointed out, could play a role in coordinating these regional organizations to work together in developing and promoting a multi-actor, multi-sectoral investment agenda for the Nile in line with the recommendation of the heads of states. Regional organizations, the participants pointed out, provide a critical mechanism for addressing development challenges that individual countries are unable to address at their own level. For this reason, the participants felt it was important for the Nile countries to continue to believe in the regional organizations which are there and to continue to provide support to them. That was the outcome from the webinars. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nicholas Azza, who is the lead rapporteur of the NBDF webinars. It's such a taxing task to be able to condense that massive information that has been going on in the 10 webinars that have been happening over the past many weeks, and in such a palatable way. It's a wonderful job that you have done. Could you please give him a big round of applause to Dr. Nicholas Azza for making our life easier trying to understand what has been going on in those webinars in such a beautiful way. By the way, the success of the recommendations and their implementation actually will also depend on how much input has been put in all those discussions. And in this regard, allow me to congratulate Uganda, Ethiopia, and Kenya for their keen interest and participation in terms of overall participation and turnout, both physically and also virtually. So in that order, Uganda, Ethiopia, Kenya, would you give them a big applause, ladies and gentlemen? Well done. Thank you very much. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, the role of development partners in ensuring the successful delivery of the objectives of the Nile Basin Development Forum is quite indispensable, as you all know. And in this regard, the NBDF is highly blessed with the support of international and continental partners, who I will now have the honor to introduce one by one to make a few remarks virtually via Zoom. Those noises that you've been hearing in the background as Dr. Nicholas was presenting the summary are attempts by our colleagues, the technical team here, trying to connect us with those people attending this session virtually, our colleagues in distance. So our first speaker virtually in the session would be Mr. Ejioma Emenanjo, the representative of the African Development Bank. So Honorable Mr. Ejioma Emenanjo, I'll leave the screen for you to deliver a few remarks on behalf of the African Development Bank, one of the key partners of the Nile Basin Initiative.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. So I'll just be very brief on my comments. I just want to say really greetings from the president of the bank and my colleagues here in Abidjan. We're very glad that we're able to participate, even though it's virtually. As you've rightfully mentioned, the bank has a big stake. The bank has a big stake in the work in the Nile Basin, and we've been doing quite a bit with NBI for quite a while. So yes, so the bank now has made a.
Honorable Mr. Emenanjo, may I interrupt you here for you to turn on your camera, please? We really want to see you. Can you hear us, Mr. Emenanjo?
I'm having issues. It says the host has stopped my video, so I'm not sure.
The technical team is requesting for you to turn on your camera. If you have done that.
It's saying that you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
They're working on it, sir. Okay.
I'm sorry, can you see, you can see me now?
Go ahead, yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So let me just start. I'll just make some very brief comments. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to send greetings from the bank here and the headquarters in Abidjan, from the president, the acting vice president of the Human Development Complex, and the director of the Water Resources and Sanitation Department. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I just want to, just very briefly, the bank is extremely committed to the basin and basically to transboundary waters in Africa. And we've developed a transboundary waters program that just kicked off this year that I'm running. And the key for us here is to sort of build cooperation across across different basins on the continent to improve water security, water resource management, etc. Yes, so the bank is very keen. We've put in quite a bit of money. We've sort of set aside quite a bit of money for transboundary waters, especially with the Nile Basin, and we've been communicating with the different basin authorities also in the Nile Basin to look at how we can develop water resources on the in the region, and also be part of dialogue between the countries. So really, just my brief comments that we're very happy and excited to be part of this, and we look forward to more collaboration in the basin, and we hope to see everybody soon after the end of this pandemic, and so we hope to be in the same room with everybody soon. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Honorable Mr. Ijeoma Emenenjo, representative of the African Development Bank. Obviously, all those webinars and virtual discussions have been happening in the context of those technical challenges that are still happening. But regardless, we've come a long way to be able to have these sessions successfully to date. So thank you all very much. Thank you, the technical team as well. Our next speaker is Honorable Miss Sunny Williams, EU representative, to make a few remarks on behalf of the European Union. And as you all know, again, the EU is also one of the key partners of the Nile Basin Initiative. So, Honorable Ms. Sunny Williams, you have the floor.
Good morning. Can you all hear me? That's a funny way to start a speech, but I think we have to go through that. Looking at your face, you can. Okay, for me, it's a great pleasure and privilege to be attending this closing session of the 6th Nile Basin Development Forum. As we just heard of the summary of all the webinars, water consumption is increasing dramatically, pollution is on the rise, and climate change is presenting us with more threats than ever for river basins all over the world. Nowhere are these challenges as pressing as in the Nile River Basin. Out of the 500 million people that are currently living in the 11 riparian countries, around 250 to 300 million people depend on the Nile. And this figure is projected to double in just one generation. Over the same period, as we also heard, the total quantity of water available in the basin will most probably remain unchanged or might even decrease as a consequence. It's not what we want to bring here. There's hope. In fact, my take from the summary of all the webinars that were organized over the last 2 months, that there's actually plenty of hope for the Nile Basin. If only the riparian states will join efforts to rethink regional investment in the Nile Basin, as rightly chosen the theme of this event and the 2 months before that. Joint investments in sectors as energy, water resource management, the water, food, energy nexus, as well as intra-regional trade and environmental conservation will have a potential of unlocking tremendous wealth and benefits for the 11 countries. And I think all these webinars actually pointed in that direction. We agree the road might be a winding one, and there might be uncomfortable moments at times. But as we are here together today, either physically or in distance, looking at the path ahead with great determinations. And yes, there are still reasons for hope. In 2 days from now, it will be Europe Day. In some countries, it will be organized even and celebrated today as Europe Day falls on a Sunday this year. Europe Day commemorates the Schuman Declaration. That was a speech that was made by the French Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs, Mr. Robert Schuman, on the 9th of May in 1950. In his speech, he proposed placing the French and the West German production of coal and steel under one single authority that would later be open to other European countries, with a view to making any war in the European continent not only unthinkable, but materially impossible. And that plan succeeded beyond expectations. Taking this to the Nile Basin context, this cooperation led to moving from the total devastation after World War II to becoming the single most prosperous region in the world. I'd like to say with this example that there's nothing that cooperation can't achieve. This just being one of the many examples in the world. The creation of a common market for coal and steel has made it possible for Europe. And I'm sure transboundary water cooperation can and will do the same for the Nile Basin in itself. And the EU is very happy and has been very supportive of this process. So on behalf of all donors, I wish to thank the organizers of this closing session, as well as the 2 months of preceding webinars for a tremendous job done. I sincerely hope that after all these meetings, we can get to work and actually make sure that all these ideas, solutions, and activities become, and I'm looking forward to the rest of this closing ceremony.
We seemed to have lost her right at the end, but thank you so very much, Ms. Sunny Williams, Honorable Representative of the European Union, for giving us that extra energy in the form of the commitment, renewed commitment of the European Union to support the activities of the Nile Riparian Initiative. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, again virtually, among the team of our international partners, is the World Bank, represented by Honorable Ms. Catherine Tovey, who will be making a few remarks on behalf of the World Bank. Honorable Ms. Tovey, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and I think you can see me and hopefully you can hear me. So wonderful to be here, and thank you so much for inviting me to say some closing remarks on your 6th Nile Basin Development Forum around rethinking regional investments in the Nile Basin. Indeed, I think as other commentators have said, we're all painfully aware that this is a rather different forum than in the previous years. But I also really would like to congratulate the NBI for really having made the most of this virtual format. It's fantastic to think over the last sort of 2 to 3 months, there's been such broad and strong interest. And I hear that over 800 people have been able to connect across 55 countries. So this is really fantastic. And while it's not the same as all being in the corridors together, I think that breadth of outreach is also very powerful. And the NBDF continues to provide an amazing opportunity to sort of take stock of the development and cooperation in the basin as we continue to look forward. And again, like others, I think there's very good reason to be positive and optimistic. If you take a long-term perspective, it's clear that so much has been achieved in the last 20 or so years. And at the bank, World Bank, we are particularly proud to be able to sort of announce today that after more than 20 years in close collaboration with the Nile Basin countries, we've just very recently, in fact, over the course of this development forum, been able to approve the next window of our support looking forward, the Nile Cooperation for Climate Resilience program. And this is a $30 million grant to the Nile Basin Initiative, but that also broadens up the partnership to include the Lake Victoria Basin Commission, as well as the Nile Basin Discourse. And this has been very much financed by our continued donor support from the Cooperation for International Waters in Africa, the Seaward Trust Fund. And again, shows, I think, that this is very, part of a very broad-based and enduring commitment. And, we are all aware that progress is not linear, as transboundary issues rarely are. And experience in other basins shows that building that strong cooperation really takes decades, just like our colleagues talking about the European Union. These are not things that happen overnight. But when you think back to 2 decades ago, the Nile countries have transitioned from having very little dialogue or collaboration on water resources to an active environment and network of information sharing, regional norms and processes, joint prioritization, planning, and implementation of investment projects. In fact, the NBI processes have led to a pipeline of around $6 billion of investment projects, of which 1.5 billion are currently under implementation. For example, projects such as the Rusumo Falls hydropower project, which is financed by the World Bank and other partners, will generate power for Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania. And the NBI really helped these countries prepare and become a sort of gateway for regional cooperation. So in my closing, let's not forget that the magnificent Nile River has existed and helped people around it to thrive for millennia. And as we gather here today, I hope the commitment to cooperation can extend far into the future to continue to transform the life of all of its people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Ms. Catherine Toby, World Bank Practice Manager for East Africa, for giving us that important message. As we continue the speeches and messages coming across online, our next speaker would be Honorable Jean d'Arc Majau Maria, Minister of Environment for the Republic of Rwanda, who I have the honor to leave the stage for to give a few remarks as a NILECOM chair.
Thank you, moderator, for this great opportunity for Rwanda to share its remarks on the closing ceremony of the the 6th Nile Basin Development Forum event. On behalf of the NILECOM chair, Honorable Minister Jean d'Arc of the Ministry of Environment in Rwanda, who is not able to be physically present in Addis, and as well virtually because he had an urgent and equally important engagement. I wish to deliver the statement on her behalf. Honorable Dr. Seleshi Bekele, Minister of Water Resource and Energy in the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and our guest of honor and hosts, honorable members,
excuse me, the mic I see has been muted, so would you turn it on again, please? Thank you very much. I think that's fine now.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Seleshi Bekele, Minister of Water Resource and Energy in the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, our guest of honor and host, honorable members of the Nile Council of Ministers, Executive Director of the Nile Council Basin Initiative Secretariat, members of Diplomatic Corps, representative of development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of Honorable Minister of Environment and the NILECOM Chair, who had an urgent meeting to attend and might join a bit later if possible during the panel session, I wish to express Rwanda's sincere appreciation to our guest of honor for joining us and prioritizing the closing of this very important forum on the Nile. And to all of you, dear participants, whether physically and attending virtually, for making this time and participating in the forum on the cooperation of the Nile Basin. I truly thank the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for hosting the event and the hospitality extended to our participants from different countries, despite even the challenges brought by the COVID-19 pandemic that we are all fighting. This forum is always positioned as a unique platform for regional science, policy, and practice dialogue and discussion organized by the Nile Basin Initiative Secretariat with support with member states. So since 2006, with the aim of bringing together a broad spectrum of stakeholders, we have always convened, and we do appreciate that this COVID pandemic has not really restricted this forum to happen. Dear guests of honor, distinguished guests, as the objective of the event is to build a common understanding among stakeholders, policymakers, scientists, and practitioners, water practitioners at large, we do appreciate that over the successive session that preceded this closing ceremony, you have managed to discuss common water issues in the region, in the Nile region. You managed to share, a participant managed to share policy recommendation on complex challenges that we are facing in the Nile Basin, and even perspective on the solution that we can adopt aimed at addressing water security challenges that we have in the Nile Basin countries. So the theme particularly of rethinking investments in the Nile, water, food, and energy are all central to the issues that we are all fighting as member states in the Nile Basin Commission. So the goal is always to enhance transformative processes and projects that will contribute to our shared vision, which is promoting socioeconomic benefits to the people and countries of the Nile Basin. So I wish really to commend the work and appreciate the support of our development partners who have even intervened in their remarks, including the ADB, the European Union, the World Bank, and others that are here present in the forum. I wish also to commend ongoing initiative led by our Secretariat, including the continuous efforts to develop different investments in water resources, including even the pipeline of investments that are going on, amounting $6.5 billion, where over $1.3 billion are already under implementation. For example, we are working with the support of the Secretariat to develop a joint hydropower project on Rusumo Falls between Rwanda, Burundi, and Tanzania. There are also Ethiopian-Sudan interconnection. There are different fisheries and water resource management related projects in Lake Edward and Lake Abel, and other catchments being restored between Uganda and DRC and Congo, to cite a few. But in addition to that, there are different policy dialogue that are being held with the support of our partners and secretariat to discuss on water security challenges in the Nile Basin countries. So as we think of investment, I wish really to commend the commitments and cooperation of all Nile Basin Initiative member countries, hoping that this will also really reiterate the commitment of Rwanda as the chair of the Commission to ensure that during our chairmanship, this cooperation is maintained and strengthened. We also understand that our work could not have been possible without the support of our development partners to help sustain the investments that we are making, and again, expand the gain of the Commission to benefit really our people in the Nile Basin region. We do really appreciate your contribution, and we believe that together we will make a significant contribution to the sustainable water resource management and development in our region. I wish to really conclude our remark by again thanking our host and our guest of honor for having prioritized this event. And I have heard that we got really a high turnout in participation, and this is really based on the great work that our secretariat is doing, and our organizers have really invested a lot in making this event hybrid and successful in time of COVID. So the government of Rwanda really look forward to supporting our fellow counterpart in implementing even the resolution and outcome that will be taken during this 6th Nile Basin Development Forum. We believe that we can always do more and better together. And thank you, organizers, and most especially thank you, our guest of honor, H.E. Seleshi Bekele, for honoring this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Patrick Karera, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Rwanda, to deliver that important message of the NILECOM chair on behalf of Her Excellency, Ms. Jane d'Arc Mujawa Maria, Minister of Environment for the Republic of Rwanda. Well, honorable ladies and gentlemen, this grand regional forum convened by the Nile Basin Initiative is, as you all know, has been highlighted earlier, is a science policy dialogue, provides the opportunity for sharing latest information, knowledge, and best practices, as well as building partnerships among professionals in the transboundary water resource management and development. And we hope at this juncture that these objectives, these opportunities have been created for a successful dialogue among the professionals and all stakeholders involved. Today also marks the official closure of the 6th Nile Basin Development Forum. And as we wind up this high-level regional event, let's please congratulate the host, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the organizers, coordinators, moderators, both virtual and face-to-face, speakers, presenters, partners, stakeholders, and everyone who has taken part in this historic event. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving them a big round of applause. Thank you all very much. Now, please allow me to invite to the stage His Excellency Dr. Engineer Seleshi Bekele, Minister of Water, Irrigation, and Energy, and also the host NILECOM member state to make final remarks. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, Ministers of Nile Basin countries, Excellencies, Permanent Secretariats, Members of House of People's Representatives, Nile Basin Initiative Executive Director, members of diplomatic corps, representatives of development partners present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you all to Addis Ababa as a conclusion of the 6th Nile Basin Development Forum. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation for those who took part in making the forum a success. COVID-19 had forced us to conduct this forum virtually, and today in hybrid model, physically and virtually. Nevertheless, I trust the results of the deliberations have been rewarding. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, the establishment of NBI has played significant role in enhancing cooperation among the basin countries and in many ways brought about irreversible positive outcomes. As this very 6th Nile Basin Development Forum demonstrates, for over 20 years now, the Nile Basin Initiative has been providing dialogue and consultation platform for riparian countries of the Nile. Consequently, common challenges of the basin and of course the countries are facing and will face in the future are more clearly understood and appreciated now than ever. Ethiopia decided to join Nile Basin Initiative in 1999 as an upstream country, made a paradigm shift in policy over the Nile. By joining the NBI, much like fellow upstream riparian countries, Ethiopia aspired to achieve twin objectives. One, to arrive at the establishment of a rule-based, more equitable governance of the Nile water resources that would help all our countries transcend the unfair colonial legacies and enjoy equal privilege. And two, to embark on accelerated water resources investment or development, since it was expected that the NBI, through its subsidiary action programs, would enable the process by embarking on cooperative investment preparation and draw funds, thus narrowing the development asymmetries prevailing between upstream and downstream countries. This said, though, it is worth pointing out that despite the initial hopes, the development agenda has not delivered the expected results. Yet the Nile Basin population has nearly doubled since the establishment of the NBI over 2 decades ago. So also the accompanying demand for food, water, energy in the midst of worrisome climate change impacts. Indeed, NBI, particularly in the Eastern Nile, had striven to embark on investment preparation commensurate with the scale of the demand. A case in point is the Joint Multipurpose Program, or JMP, which INTRO was preparing for over 5 years, but in the end was frustrated and didn't yield any tangible investment on the ground. For Ethiopia, this was a frustrating experience, given the mounting urgent demand, particularly for energy. Thus, Ethiopia had to rethink and devise an alternative approach in order to get out of the predicament. If we take just energy, most of our Nile Basin countries, except Egypt, have very low access that wouldn't support the necessary socio-economic development. In a sense, most of us are having just 100 or 200 kilowatt hour per capita per year, compared to at least 500 kilowatt hour per capita per year is needed for reasonable socio-economic development and transformation. Without achieving such kind of basic infrastructure, our region will not move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, it is plain fact that Ethiopia doesn't possess any non-fossil fuel energy resources. Hydropower, therefore, is the only confirmed potential it must tap to address its energy deficit. Indeed, Ethiopia had developed its hydropower potential in the other sub-basins. However, that didn't prove sufficient to meet its needs because 2/3 of its water resource and the bulk of its hydropower potential is in the Ethiopian part of the Nile, particularly in the Abai or Blue Nile sub-basin. Further, meeting Ethiopia's energy deficit, small and medium hydropower plants are not economically feasible. This was the background that gave rise to the initiation and implementation of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. The GERD pioneered an innovative financing mechanism that made a large segment of Ethiopian population a stake and stockholder or owner of the dam. The GERD was also equally innovative in terms of introducing a consultation process that departed from precedents of unilateralism on large-scale water infrastructure development in the Eastern Nile Basin. I'm referring to the following GERD-related consultation processes Ethiopia initiated with Sudan and Egypt because it provides an exemplary approach towards cooperation and openness. The establishment of the International Panel of Experts in 2012, in which the three countries worked together on reviewing the design and study documents of the GERD. The establishment of Technical National Committee in 2014 to implement the recommendation of the IPOE. The co-signing with Egypt and Sudan of the Declaration of Principle in 2015 at the level of heads of states and government. The establishment of the National Independent Scientific Research Group in 2018, composed of 5 scientists from each of the 3 countries to work out scenarios on the first filling and annual operation of the GERD. Accommodation of Egypt's request in 29 for involving the US and World Bank as observers, sustaining negotiation under the African Union-led process since June 2020. It is important to underline here, through this process and Ethiopia's initiative, and unprecedented in the history of water development in the basin, lots of understandings have been achieved. In fact, almost all concerns of downstream countries is addressed. Such practices, however, tedious and sometimes a source of hysteria. In our basin, we should have a basin-wide institution through strengthening subsidiary action programs and transform NBDF to Nile Basin Commission. Excellencies, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the 6th Nile Basin Development Forum, Rethinking Investment in the Nile Basin, is very timely given the current context. It rightfully sheds light on the pressing needs of countries to invest in water, food, and energy, while at the same time enhancing their resilience to climate change impacts. Therefore, it is self-evident that Nile Basin countries should complete investment expeditiously because they cannot afford to leave costly investment as sunk cost either through abandonment or unnecessary delays. The resource should also be used equitably and reasonably for the basin people without causing significant harm. It is from this principle that projects like GERD should be completed in time, not become a source of contention, rather a means of cooperation. The second phase of the first stage filling of GERD shall commence in the coming rainy season as planned per the construction schedule and as agreed among the 3 countries during the National Independent Scientific Research Group process and further deliberation by the ministers. It is worth pointing out that the negotiation on the annual operation has implication on water allocation, a concern for all Nile Basin Initiative member states, and not Ethiopia alone. Therefore, the negotiation on the annual operation of the GERD needs to be addressed through carefully crafted rules and guidelines on GERD, but also cognizant of basin-wide mechanism and approach mainly through the cooperative framework agreement as a futuristic and sustainable way of managing our shared resource. To come back to the theme of this forum, which pertains to rethinking investment in the Nile Basin, it is my firm belief that particularly in upstream countries, the existing asymmetry in water resource development needs to be redressed through accelerated investment. This is my understanding of the rethinking aspect of the theme of this conference. In this spirit, We call on all development partners and friends of the Nile to extend their support and promote investment by upstream countries. This call for investment promotion and more equitable rules-based governance in the Nile Basin equally important to the most downstream countries as well. Basin-wide cooperation is the most certain path to optimize utilization of the increasingly scarce Nile water resource. Efficiency gains in water resource utilization will translate into more water availability for downstream countries as well. The Nile Basin development, as reported, gave ample and evidence on a lot of areas and recommendations, and which provides excellent food for thought according to the prepared thematic areas. In the basin, as we all say, the population is rapidly growing. As just one of the speakers said, in one generation, the population will double. We have now 500 million people in the basin. That means 1 billion people in 25 years. While rethinking investment, we should also think how to increase water availability. On its part, my country, Ethiopia, is doing more of such investment, such as soil and water conservation, taking the labor of 13, 14 million people per year for 1 month as a free labor, contributing to this effort. Cloud seeding and artificial rain to increase the rainfall amount in Ethiopian highland, as well as Green Legacy Initiative, which is trying to plant every year at least 5 billion trees in Ethiopian highland. In fact, so far we have covered in 2 years 11 billion trees with 82% success rate. And this year, in 2021, we are expanding our effort into our neighboring countries. We have prepared about 7 billion seedlings and 1 billion to be distributed to our neighboring countries so that we can actually enhance our rainfall availability in the region and also grow together in the region with this kind of thinkings. In the same vein, I would like to call upon Nile Basin states to maximize water availability, such as through desalination of the infinite water available in the sea and the ocean surrounding our Nile Basin countries. Unfortunately, Ethiopia is a landlocked country, has no such alternative resource, and its groundwater resource is also very minimal compared to other basin countries. So we have to really explore other alternative resources than just focusing on the finite Nile Basin resource only. So rethinking investment also enables us to unlock the multi-purpose, out-of-the-box and the nexus dimension of water development for energy, water, food, climate change, and regional integration. The result of such forum, therefore, should chart a way forward, as it was reported, in enhancing such collective thinking and benefit for all approach. Finally, let me congratulate and conclude by extending my appreciation for the organizers of this forum and participants who delivered important papers. Thanks also to our development partners, including the just announced $30 million for climate resilient water management from the World Bank, and appreciate also others in providing or following the same tune. I trust the proceeding of this forum will be published and available to the broader audience of the Nile Basin countries and beyond. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the guest of honor, Your Excellency, Dr. Engineer Seleshi Bekele. Minister of Water, Irrigation and Energy of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, who is also a host NILECOM member, for giving us that direction and concluding remarks. Thank you again. Particularly, we should congratulate as a host the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and particularly the Ministry of Water, Irrigation and Energy for this successful accomplishment of the 6th edition of the Nile Basin Development Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in applauding for the host country for the successful accomplishment in organizing and hosting this event. Thank you all very much. Now we will have, this is a historic, momentous occasion, we'll have a group photo session here on the stage. If people can take this podium down from me from stage, we'll have the photos, group photos here. Members, the first batch of the group who will be having their photos taken will be His Excellency the Guest of Honor, Dr. Engineer Slashi Vettele. Also, His Excellency, the Executive Director of the Nile Basin Initiative, Professor Saifuddin. And we do also have 3 state ministers and 7 Nile TAC members. Would you all please come forward to the stage to have your group photos taken? May I have you all here on the stage, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. We will also have a second, maybe third rounds of photos, as we may have other people also trying to join in and having this historic moment taken in pictures. Our virtual attendees can do something and try to squeeze in this photo, group photo, as much as possible. I hope you have the technology to be able to do that. These people you see here on the stage are very important people. Please give them one big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as they take their moments and pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay on the stage. Please do stay on the stage, because we do have other people wanting to have a picture with you guys. So be nice. And so other members of state ministers and the guest of honor, the chief executive officer, director, also executive director of NBI. Okay, so we'll have other people coming to join for photos. You're most welcome. So members of this forum on the ground here who would like to join in the big team to have your pictures, you are most welcome to do so. If space is an issue, we can have a second line, but make sure you're visible.
Continue to the same platform. That means something.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thanks a lot. Remember that apart from the Zoom, we also have live streaming on other social media, including Facebook and other social media. You can follow us up on those platforms as well. All right, as we wind down this important meeting or forum, the only thing that stands between us and our lunch is only one panel, which I will introduce, whose chair actually I will introduce, and the moderator would be calling up the panelists to the floor, to the stage, so that we have that last panel discussion before lunch. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our last panel discussion on the stage here with the lead question, reflection on overall theme of the 6th NBDF, rethinking regional investments in the Nile Basin, water, energy, food and environment, as well as climate. So that's in round one, and round two. Question would be how to move towards a multi-sector and multi-actor investment agenda for the Nile Basin. And the last round of that panel will be, will have a question, how the HOAC's process can help to fast-track multi-sector, multi-actor investment program in the Nile Basin. This panel discussion or session will be moderated by Dr. Kalist Tindimugaya, who I now have the honor to call to the stage to introduce all the panelists. This is going to be a mix of panelists here on the ground as well as virtually joining us for the session. So I now invite the moderator to the stage to take the floor. Your Honor, so the floor is yours. You're going to introduce them from there? La pancarte sur sa maison, le fait que la presse nécessaire pour respecter
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to welcome you to this high-level panel. I would like to recognize our guest of honor, His Excellency Dr. Engineer Selesh Bekele, Minister of Water, Irrigation and Energy, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I would like to recognize the various Nile Council of Ministers, starting with the Chair, Honorable Jean Dak Mujamalia, Minister of Environment of Rwanda. I also would like to recognize the other NILCO members. We have various development partners represented here. We have Nile Basin Initiative Secretariat and the centers present here. The countries are represented by the Nile TAC, and all of you participants of Nile Basin Development Forum 2021. This session is going to wrap up our discussions for NBDF 2021. We are privileged to have high-level panelists, and these panelists are composed of the Nile Council of Ministers. As you are aware, this is the highest body that is responsible for the governance of the Nile Basin, so we are privileged to have them here. We also have our various development partners that are supporting the Nile Basin. We shall have them give us their perspectives, but we shall also have the leadership of the Nile Basin Initiative, led by the Executive Director, giving us his perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are already aware, we have been having this NBDF celebrated under the theme, Rethinking Regional Investments in Nile Basin, and we would want to get the views of the high-level panel on what really this theme is all about and what it means to them. Considering that we are having countries represented, our honorable ministers will give us the perspectives from the country level. We shall also have our development partners giving us their perspectives from their side, and also the management of the Nile Basin. As you have been told, we have participants attending physically here, but we also have a number of them who are attending virtually. To begin with, Honorable Minister, we want to thank you, first of all, for hosting this event and also for giving us your speech. I know you have already given us your speech and your perspectives, but we have an option but to invite you again to, from the Ethiopian government's perspective, and also for you, in your capacity as the NILCO member for Ethiopia, what do you take of this? What are the key outcomes that you feel we should take and which you feel your country, Ethiopia, will move forward, bearing in mind the discussions, but also bearing in mind that these views have come from a wider stakeholder group. As you have been told, many people attended from within and from outside. So, Honorable Minister, if you don't mind, if you could already just emphasize a few things, the outcomes of this NBDF with respect to the theme. And Honorable Minister, I would like to invite you to take the chair up here as you give your perspectives. I also would like to invite the Executive Director of the Nile Basin Initiative to take the floor so that he can also give us his perspectives. I imagine the other participants are attending virtually. So let's give a big applause to the Honorable Minister as he takes his chair, accompanied by the Executive Director. As the Honorable Minister takes the floor and accompanied by the Executive Director, I would like to inform you that we have various countries represented. Burundi is online. We'll be inviting them. We have Kenya is also participating virtually. Rwanda will also be speaking to us. And Uganda will be speaking to us, of course, in addition to the African Development Bank and the EU. So again, Honorable Minister, as we have been saying, we are all privileged and happy that your country, Ethiopia, managed to host the first ever virtual event of the Nile Basin Environment Forum. And we have also been told that we have had many people participating from all over the world. Probably if it had been physical, wouldn't have had that kind of participation. Quite a number of key issues have been discussed and a number of recommendations have been made. So as we were saying, if you could, in a few minutes, give us your reflections on the overall theme and the outcomes of this event. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Dr. Kalist, for the introduction. As I tried to put in my opening statement of the closing day, I think this kind of forum is very crucial for our Nile Basin. Besides the relevance of the thematic area, we have to strengthen the Nile Basin initiative and its discourses. The Nile Basin has to yet achieve important milestones, especially on forming a clear institutional mechanism, transforming Nile Basin initiative to a real commission. In Africa, we have so many examples If you go to SADC country, West African country, the northern side of the countries, all of them are managing actually resource in a rule-based mechanism that is established through institutions. So we're missing that. That important milestone is yet to be achieved. However, on the Sixth Nile Basin Development Forum, the idea of rethinking regional investment in the Nile Basin is a very relevant and highly pertinent issue because it is focusing on water. Drinking water supply is an issue. Energy security is an issue. Food production and security and productivity is an issue. Environment concern because of rapidly growing population and dwindling natural resource and degradation, it is a serious issue. And also climate change, its impact, like in flood as well as drought, is very important. So besides really the lot of wrangling around the hydropolitics, the important thing that need to be done is investment. Investment has to be rebranded and rethought. In many ways, we can think of this differently. As I have alluded to my opening statement, for example, how do you see increased availability of water resources? Not only what directly we, or historically we used to get some water, but how do we enhance available water through increasing rainfall availability? How do we enhance the ecosystem functions by investing more on life above the ground, like how SDG is explaining it. That involves biodiversity, ecosystems, and so on, so that we have more recharge into the groundwater and also more water balance during dry season. So all those need, investments, these kind of issues. But the other dimension of investment on food production, for example, we have to utilize the resource we have. In most of our basin countries, the rainfall is available only for 3 or maximum 4 months. That means rain-fed based production alone is not adequate. On its own, rain-fed production must have increased the productivity, but also we have to increase land and labor productivity with this rapidly growing population by developing irrigation systems. Only when we can do that throughout the annual cycle, when we can really produce food, we can feed ourselves. The same way we can think of energy. This is a heaviest energy poverty region where we don't have enough energy. Access to energy is very limited. If you take Ethiopia, 65 million people are not accessing electricity. It means they sleep in the darkness in the night. Education quality is not good. Health facilities are not supported by electricity. Entire socioeconomy is not also supported by available energy. So we have to utilize all resources we have at hand in order to really secure reasonable development, reasonable transformation, so that we really move on like the rest of the world. So this rethinking, therefore, investment is so important. Rethinking agenda toward this investment is so important. When 20 years ago, the Nile Basin Initiative started, it had a very useful areas and programs like shared division program and subsidiary action programs. That is not just to reanalyze the whole Nile Basin resource, but also move this analysis to inform a decision to inform policy, to inform investment that trickles down to the benefit of people on the ground. So that component is missing. Therefore, we have to reinvest. We have to invest, rethink in many dimensions. We cannot withstand climate change unless we invest on water infrastructure that protects flood, that also stores and regulates water so that during dry season, during drought period, we have some water actually to withstand the challenge. However, this is not just for one single country or the other country, but we can do this in regionally integrated fashion. If I go back to like a project like GERD, it means it produces electricity mainly for Ethiopia, has some additional small benefit like fishery, tourism, ecosystem function, but most importantly, it gives also huge benefit to Sudan. Like last season, heavy flood actually devastated Sudan and Khartoum. Had we had this kind of GERD as an infrastructure in place, it just regulates that, nothing will happen. Not only the positive role, but also the negative role of water could be managed better. When we take other benefits, GERD will serve as, water storage sitting in upstream in less evaporation area is an instrument for saving water, but also releasing water during drought period, more water than what nature can provide. It means a lot. I don't want to go to all those details, but this kind of projects should be seen as, a common project, a beneficial project for the basin. I appreciate the World Bank support for resume of all hydropower development. It involves 3 countries, as multi-beneficiary nations are there. A lot of people will benefit from that result. Such kind of thinking must overcome the unnecessary animosity between the Nile Basin countries with regard to our development. We need to really do strategic investment, make priority investment that helps us on these issues. Multi-purpose dimension, definitely. What you build for hydropower will serve as a flood protection mechanism, serve drought management mechanism, serves as better and efficient water use mechanism. So many dimensions can be actually considered out of such kind of investment. Finally, we shouldn't also forget about the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. All of our nations actually have signed for it, starting all the way through poverty up to partnership at goal 17 level. This involves, poverty reduction, food production, nutrition, education, health, water, including, having 6 target areas within the goal of water, like water supply, sanitation, transboundary management, and so on and so forth. On energy, the same. On urbanization, the same. We have to really accelerate our efforts in order to achieve our shared vision toward this higher level goal under 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I think, Dr. Kalista, I have given.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for really those very, very good perspectives. We do appreciate. Of course, we know that your country has really been at the forefront of utilizing these resources. Honorable Minister, how do you think that this kind of move, this kind of really action being taken by Ethiopia could be adopted by the countries or the countries in the basin so that we can have that collective movement and we utilize these resources and strengthen the investment agenda in the basin?
Well, if I pick an example of soil and water conservation, you can clearly see how the old Ethiopia versus current date Ethiopia look alike. You have to communicate this efficiently with our farming community, come from the point of view of explaining why productivity has dwindled or decreased as related to erosion of the topsoil and the overexploitation of nutrient in the farmland, and show a different perspective. For example, you can learn from the picture we have seen this morning from Rwanda, how it basically transformed the hillside, highly degrading environment under rapidly growing population to be highly productive and well-conserved system. So mobilizing 12, 13 million people therefore requires really to capture this issue seriously at policy level, and also mainstream it in all strategies and programs and the projects at the grassroots level. So this is one approach. The other approach is when you look at the Green Legacy Initiative, you can see people are behind. It's not just planting trees, it is about better water holding capacity, increasing productivity of the land they possess, also identifying, highly marginal area to utilize it in a better way. So, for example, through fruits and vegetables and so on, so that the income and the livelihood of people would improve. So when people really understand the benefit, you can mobilize the entire people from grassroots level up to the leaders.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And I think the message Honorable Minister is putting across is very, very clear, that whatever we do, we need to focus on the people. How are people's livelihoods being improved? How are their incomes being improved? And how are jobs being created so that they can buy into this and not just look at what we are doing as things we do just because they have to be done, but because they affect them. So thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those perspectives. I'm told that we have the Honorable Minister of Environment of Rwanda, who is the NILCOM chair. Can we check to see whether the Honorable Minister is already online? Secretariat. Honorable Minister Jean Dark Mujawamaria, Minister of Environment of Rwanda, who is also a NILCOM chair, I'm told should be online. Okay, I understand the Honorable Minister is trying to join, so we are going to move on. We move on with the other countries. I understand Kenya is online. Kenya is represented by Mr. Morris Opondo, Acting Director for Irrigation and Water Management. And I think looking at his title, one can see that he deals with investments. So as a representative of the Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation of Kenya, who is the NILCOM member, can you give us your take on the theme for the 6th Nile Basin Development Forum, rethinking regional investments in the Nile Basin? If you can do it in a few minutes, what you take of this and what your views are on the outcomes of this forum. Over to you, Kenya.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair. I hope I'm audible. As you have rightly introduced me, my name is Morris Opondo. I'm representing Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. I work for Irrigation Water Management. And I think I want to thank all His Excellency, the Chief Guest. He has actually highlighted very important components and takeaway from this particular symposium and webinar. Maybe just to take up from Kenyan perspective or my perspective, it is important that we keep our eyes on the end game. Increasing availability of water in the basin and ensuring that we meet the benefits, all the sectors, water, food, energy, and livelihoods actually benefit should remain our end game. And therefore, in deciding the investments, because that is why we are rethinking investments, we should look at investments that are high impact the high impact investments that are going to give us the end game within a short time frame. I think as we rethink investments, that is one thing that should come out. That is, we keep focus on the end game and look for investments that are high impact to give us the end game. Another thing that is coming out that I think is good to take home is the issue of what components of our investments have been missing. What has been missing in our investments? Another very critical element that actually came out from the webinar is the issue of governance and accountability. Governance and accountability. I like the presentation of deepening stakeholder involvement. This deepening stakeholder involvement is going to ensure that our investments actually owned, the various stakeholders participate, and we share common vision with all the stakeholders. I think moving forward, these are some of the important components that we need to integrate as we rethink investment. How do we bring in more stakeholders? How do we deepen stakeholder engagement in the whole process? Now, finally, I want also to take home the issue of multi-sector, multi-actor investments. Multi-sector, multi-actor investments will entail rethinking our coordination structures, both at country level and also at regional level, because these coordination structures should actually be seamless at that regional level, so that when a project or an investment is taking place in Kenya, similar structures are also reflected in maybe Ethiopia or other Nile Basin countries. And I think if we enhance this coordination and we ensure that we have seamless coordination structures across the region for these investments, then I think we are going to end up with the end game. That is part of my take home from the webinar. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us those perspectives on behalf of the government of Kenya. From what you have said, what do you see as really the future? Do we see a bright future for our basin in view of what has come out?
Thank you so much. I can see the future towards integrated. The future is bright, considering where we are coming from. The idea of us having an integrated investments is a very important future or way to move forward. When we integrate investments, for example, in livestock, investments in livelihoods, investments in irrigation, investments in water supply, forestry, soil conservation. That way, our future is going to be very bright, and we shall all achieve prosperity, not only in the water resource itself, but also in the livelihoods of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let me now move on to the Executive Director of the Nile Basin Initiative. If you could give us your take, but also reflect, give us hope. You are heading the organization that really brings all of us together. Give us your perspectives and help us to appreciate whether really this forum is going to deliver us to the promised land, and whether we should have hope for the future.
Thank you, Dr. Calist, and also thank the ministers who are now joining or attending this panel. The issue, as was already mentioned by Dr. Selashi, the issue of investment of the forum is very pertinent to the status now of the Nile Basin countries. And it is important also to realize that the investment is directly related to the cooperation. If you look at the six themes, you see, our areas of now discussed during this forum, see energy, water security, energy security, food security, environment, climate change, and the governance. They are all have transboundary nature. You cannot achieve water security without looking into the transboundary dimension of the issue, and so forth for the energy security and climate change and all the six ones. So it means that investment or security, getting security of water, food, and energy, and all these things are directly related to the transboundary dimension. How to deal with this? It means that, you see, a regional organization or initiative is very important, you see, to address this issue in a transboundary dimension. If we try to do this nationally or unilaterally, because of the significance of the investments. If it is a dam or irrigation or navigation or climate change or whatever you are going to do, it's going to have a regional significance. So setting, you see, the technical base, setting the knowledge, you see, setting the relevant dialogue forums, setting the relevant regional practice is very important on the issue of investment. We cannot, as a region, do business on investment without having a strong foundation for trying to address these challenges. Investment is a challenge in the Nile Basin, and it's already mentioned by Dr. Slashi. You see the intricacy and of the issue. You see, based on because of the nature of and the dimension of the investment. So a regional organization like NBI, now it has limited scope and limited mandate, so that you see, to move forward, you see, to address the issues of these challenges that are facing the countries when they try to, you see, to address the issue of investment, is in particular the one that has transboundary implications. For the time being, you see, the setup of the NBI with the Secretariat to address the basin-wide issues like the knowledge, the dialogue, the capacity development. You see, the addressing issues of basin-wide importance, and the two SAPs, the one for the Eastern Nile, Intro, and the one for the Equatorial Nile, NSCU. I think it is important, you see, to address the challenges. The Eastern Nile has a political problem of Egypt, which is freezing the participation in NBI. The Nile, I think they have gone, so far they have done very good in the investment agenda, but it is still small compared to the, you see, to the ambitions of the Nile countries. There are issues that are related to there are challenges, you see, but I personally believe, you see, as working in this transboundary water for more than 30 years, is that setting the practice is very important. This is setting an acceptable, a reasonable practice in how we do transboundary investments is of value and of importance for the countries so they can move forward in the future of investment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Seyfeddin. Now, moving forward then, what do you think needs to be done differently by the Nile Basin Initiative Secretariat and the two centers?
See, one of the most important issue is as long as they are now in the Basin Initiative, you see the Basin Initiative was established just to be a transitional institution. But due to the nature now of it is taking too long. It means that we need to widen the mandate, you see, enhance or expand a little bit the mandate of the Nile Basin Initiative so they can even try to address and resolve the issue of the implications that are correlated or related to the investments. This is a major issue. And instead of now the countries looking for mediation and facilitation from international institutions or countries or whatever, I think the best option is to seek, you see the support of NBI, which has the knowledge and has the capacity and had the experience to address these issues better than any other outsider from Africa or even from the international experience or even from Africa. I think widening the scope, you see, or the mandate of NBI is very important. It's very crucial so that NBI can move forward to support, you see, the countries. This is in the governance. I think NBI is doing now very good in the issue of the technical track, you see, and capacity development, you see. But it is important, you see, to move forward in trying to resolve, you see, issues and differences that are now transpiring on the surface on the issue of investment in the Nile Basin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Secretariat, can you check to see whether the Honorary Minister of Environment for Rwanda is already on the line? Okay. Otherwise, let's continue. Let's move on to our development partners. And we have the EU representative, Madame Sane Williams, who is the team leader for infrastructure. We do appreciate the support of the EU. And of course, you have also supported this event. Can you give us your perspectives on this whole event and what you see really as the benefits we are getting out of this and whether you think the outcomes of this Nile Basin Environment Forum 2021 are going to change the way we are doing things in the basin and also ensure that we get more commitment from the development partners. Over to you, Madame San.
Thank you very much. As was already said, that we're dealing with water, climate, and environment, which are public goods, global public goods, and they should be treated as such. And that's why we're basically here tackling the risks that come with damaging them. Are bad for everyone, basically, but sharing the benefits might prosper for all countries. I'd like to look at it in a wider perspective. What we see that there is an African continental free trade area agreement being made. So there is definitely the confidence and the understanding that without collaboration and cooperation, there's no future, basically. As the EU, like I said earlier, we have started this process in our own countries quite a while ago. but we're also supporting the region heavily in that context. The water, food, energy nexus has been heavily funded in the different countries and regional programs for many years already. And also transboundary water management in the Nile Basin. There have been several investments and programs on that. At the moment, in all our countries, we are in a programming phase where we're defining the development cooperation with the respective countries for the period 2021-2027, for the coming 7 years. We do that in countries individually, but we also do that in a regional perspective. So while the individual countries have programs and budgets for their country, there's also a huge regional budget made available, in which we have, for example, Green Deal and green growth as huge topics. In these programs, we integrate energy, climate change, water, but also private sector development and trade between countries, because for investments, funding is needed, money is needed. So a general development of the countries is needed. So on both sides, as the European Union, we try to collaborate with the multilateral organizations like the World Bank, African Development Bank, but also on the continent, we work with the RECs, and we have been working with the RECs, and as well as Nile Basin Initiative. We can see in practice that even water sharing between regions in a country is difficult. So within countries, that is a step up. But I think a lot of discussions have taken place in this forum. And if you look at the outcomes of all the webinars that were held, there are very concrete solutions to work on and to continue working on, because we're not at the start of this. This has been going on for many, many years. And there is funding available. I mean, there's funding available not only from us, but definitely for regional integration projects, be it on water and environment and climate, but also for private sector development and trade, which should feed into the coffers of the government eventually again. I'd like to leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those perspectives. And indeed, I think you have clearly indicated to us that funds are available. There are somewhere we need to find them. I think as we move forward with this agenda, let's try to identify those sources of funds and we move the investment agenda. And I guess the partners who have supported us are willing to continue being with us. Maybe as a follow-up question for you, from this event, looking at what the participants have put on the table, the recommendations that have been made, from an outsider's perspective, somebody who is not born of the basin, how do you see the future of the Nile Basin?
Like I said in my previous presentation, there's hope, but hope alone is not enough. So initiatives have to be there, and we have to take this serious. Like I said, the water is not going to increase. Yes, by proper land management, by planting trees, it might not further decrease, but it's unlikely that the basin as a total will increase in volume sufficiently to feed the population and feed the industry, etc., etc. So we have to take it very seriously at national level. That's why we're working on environmental programs, on energy programs, on food security programs in individual countries. But where the hurdle is the collaboration between countries, and that has to be taken serious. And that's why we have a forum like this, and that's why so many people are being brought together. I think the understanding is there, the understanding of the threats and the willingness is there, but then it needs, of course, the political leadership as well to take it further. One of the questions being raised was at what level? I think this is Prime Minister presidential level for certain of these bottlenecks that we're seeing. It's not necessarily concerning only water. It is the bigger picture of relationships between countries. which need to be discussed at the highest level in those countries. So while the preparatory work and the discussions definitely should be taking place on a technical level, political commitments need to be made at the highest level. Thank you, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much for those additional perspectives. And I think clearly you have highlighted that we need to go beyond water. And I think the decision needs to go to the highest level. And I think that's why the heads of states summit becomes very important, and also involving the heads of states. Honorable Minister Sereshi, maybe to come in at this moment, the EU, of course, has indicated that we need highest level political commitment. How do you think we can achieve this beyond what is happening at the moment?
The heads of states type of summit is actually framed under Nile Basin Initiative, and the Nile Council of Ministers are also designated. I think we have conducted such kinds of heads of state summit a couple of times. Recently, also after the Uganda head of state summit, a study was made how to conduct the heads of state summit and the necessary preparation, etc. I think it is useful to engage at that level so that the countries, the leaders actually re-engage and move forward our shared vision agenda. And through their decision, I think investment could be enhanced. This could be one of critical leadership collectively in the Nile Basin, the leaders give direction on the investment. That will basically unlock very important type of regional programs. Of course, we have at hand some programs like East Africa Power Pool on energy. We have energy interconnection. If we take the Ethiopia-Kenya interconnection, which is anticipating also expanding to more Eastern Africa, and serious investment, about $1.3 billion from the two countries, are clear indication that this kind of decisions are made at national level, at leaders level, to interconnect energy. And we can look into other areas like interconnecting other infrastructure. And also look into competence areas where do we strategically put investment, and also how do we mobilize capital from different countries as well as from multilateral organizations so that we can really speed up investment in the region. Not only through multilateral or national sources, but also look into private sector investment. Private sector could bring a lot of capital, and some of the projects, if they could be facilitated as if they are regional projects that go from where it is produced, for example, if it is energy, how it could be transported into the East Africa Power Pool could be one area of looking at innovatively. So we have to, of course, engage heads of states. We have to report always, but also should go beyond that and invoke what we have agreed in the process of NBI to call for heads of state meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those perspectives, and I think your message is loud and clear. We move on. We have Uganda online. Can I check that Uganda is online? The Honorable Minister of Water and Environment of Uganda, I understand, supposed to be represented by NIDTAC member, Director of Water Resources Management, Dr. Florence Grace Adong. Is she online? Secretariat, can you check? Otherwise, if not yet online,
Is that right?
I was now forgotten. Hello?
Yes, welcome on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Uganda and IRCOM member who would request you to reflect on the theme and the outcomes of the NBDF 2021 and give us your perspectives on how you think these recommendations can be moved forward. Your reflections and the perspectives. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kallis, the moderator. And I would like to observe protocol. I'm here on behalf of the Minister of Water and Environment for Uganda. Definitely, we have gained a lot from the 6th Nile Basin Development Forum hosted in Addis Ababa. One of the things that we cannot fail to appreciate is the level of knowledge and understanding than the capacity that we have within the basin. I think all of us have gone back more informed than before, and we have seen a lot of opportunities. We have also shared the threats that are affecting our common natural resource, which is very precious. And I think through the time that we have exchanged knowledge and experience, we have seen that we need to think more innovatively and move away from business as usual, because we are in an era of uncertainties, which is actually affecting the water resources that we have been talking about. And we need to leverage potential that are available in one part of the Nile Basin that can be of benefit to the other countries. Uganda, as you may know, is over 98% in the basin of the Nile. And whatever we do is within the framework of the Nile Basin. We are also both an upstream and downstream country. And therefore, it's very important that we fully understand what is happening both upstream and downstream, and that we also honor the obligations that is required of us. Definitely, we have been promoting cooperation, but within the cooperation, I'm sure it was rebirth based on the fact that when we are together, we are stronger together, and we can invest in the common resource together to share benefits. But when we are together, we can also be strong enough to repel any threats that might be affecting the same resource. So I think the Nile Basin Development Forum has helped us to really bring out these opportunities, threats, and the possible benefits that we can harness together once we have come together. We have also found that we need to strengthen the governance and institutionalize our Nile Basin initiative to make it stronger and work better, so that we are able to take our thoughts on investment to actions on the ground to benefit our people. Yesterday I said, and we have also appreciated that we have nations which are one of the poorest in the world within the Nile Basin, yet we have enormous potential. So it's very important that we come together and we strengthen our governance, we strengthen investments so that our people can move away from the problem that they are having right now of poverty and become more productive, because we really have the potential. So rethinking investment, the theme of this regional conference, is extremely important, and it helps us to see how we can add value to maximize benefits and also guard against the threats in this era, especially the impact of climate change and increasing pollution that reduces availability and the potential of the water resources that we have. So I think from this development forum, the outcome is very good, educative, knowledgeable, and awakening. And it helps us to really get back to see all ways and mechanisms of strengthening our collaborative actions and cooperation that for long we have really yearned to have, so that we can together mobilize and see the reality of what we have planned to invest upon come true and help our people. I think that is what I can say. And coming up or strengthening the institution by establishing the Nile River Basin Commission would be a very important step that helps us to have a legal entity that we can use to mobilize resources to support the investment that we have been rethinking about. But also, I think the rethinking investment helps us not only to think about the potential that we have within the Nile Basin, but we also need to think of how to address the risks that might be affecting our investments by thinking outside the box and bringing other multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder approaches, so that we can collectively pool the resources and the potential that we have to maximize the benefits from water and any other opportunities for integration within the basin. I think that is what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative of the NILCOM Uganda, for that. Maybe before you leave, there has been, of course, a talk, and one of the recommendations is that we should have a multi-sector, multi-actor investment agenda for the Nile Basin. As someone has been involved in the Nile Basin processes, do you see this as being feasible? And how do you think we can realize this, if we can do it very fast?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that is the way to go. Just as previous speakers have said, water is a public good. Everybody is a stakeholder, including the environment, which cannot talk for themselves. And therefore, the importance of involving all stakeholders is very important. We need to look at the benefits of water. And when you look at the benefits of water, you see that water is impacting on different sectors, which need to be put together so that we are able to holistically harness the potential that water has. In Uganda, we have had to do some reforms in how we do our planning. We have moved from sectoral approaches to planning to program-based approaches, where we bring the related sectors and stakeholders together, and we do the planning together so that we report and also appreciate the holistic approach. So we have energy, we have agriculture, we have education, we have lands, so many other stakeholders coming together, climate change, water, so that we are able to holistically plan for investments. And in that way, we feel this will be more sustainable, because we shall be strengthening also our coordination mechanism. And I would think this is important if we upgrade it to the level of the Nile. I know it's already happening in certain areas. Under the LEAF project, the Lake Albert and Edward, we are having other sectors coming together to implement within the framework that the Nile Basin has set. We have Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Water, we have Ministry of Transport, depending on the assessment within that small sub-basin. And we have the local government and the community and the NGOs. We have the same with the Rusumo. So I think it is the way to go, to bring the different sectors. When transport has done its part by bringing the navigation, it will attract trade. So we really need to track the chain of benefits, which have ripple effects, and bring them all together so that at the end of it, we will be transforming our countries from where they are to better economies. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, NILCOM Uganda. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the NILCOM Chair, Minister of Environment of Rwanda, Honorable Dr. Jean Dark Mujawamaria. Honorable Minister, I would like to welcome you and request you to give your reflections on the Nile Basin Development Forum 2021 and its outcomes and how you see the basin moving forward with these kind of outcomes. Honorable Minister, over to you for your perspectives.
Thank you very much. Dear NICOM members, dear host, we thank you very much for the organization of this meeting and the discussions we are having. First of all, I take this opportunity to apologize for coming late, for joining late the meeting. Even if my permanent secretary was present and he did a good job, I take this opportunity to beg pardon from all of you members of NILCOM and our host country for not being with you from the beginning. It was beyond my control, and I thank you very much. If I may talk about the reflection and the discussion you had, globally and particularly in Nile Basin region, demand for water are projected in the future exceed supply if the current consumption patterns continue in business as usual scenarios. These will inevitably lead to competing needs and conflict across sectors within countries and also regionally. It will therefore be imperative to establish modalities that promote trade-offs between competing water needs of different sectors. If equity has to be recognized, some sectors need to be given priority over other sectors. In addition to maintaining water integrity, food security comes as a top priority in the Nile Basin, given the particular situation our region where our people's agriculture strongly relies on rain-fed agriculture. However, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, if our agriculture practices continue as business as usual, our water resources will not be able to sustain the increasing demand that go in hand with population increase. There is need to innovate, improve our agriculture practices, and adopt more efficient irrigation systems, agricultural techniques, and wise investments. Our Nile region is known as having a very huge energy potential, but it is quite surprising to note that the level of electrification is among the lowest globally. As our countries aspire to reach their developmental targets, availability of sufficient energy supplies is also a must. Given the great role played by energy supplies in development of other sectors, thus energy becomes also a top priority. Hydropower being recognized as a clean energy in this era where climate change is of great concern, increase in hydropower investments to expand regional power generation become an area to explore if we are to attain efficient, reliable, and stable energy supply. Therefore, to meet multiple future demands on water and at the same time achieve water, food, and energy security, Nile region countries need to adopt a nexus approach that takes cognizance of the interlinkage and interdependencies between the three sectors and provides for a coordinated and integrated approach for managing and meeting needs across the three sectors. The Nexus approach offers triple benefits, among them strategic analytical tool, alternative governance framework, and new type of constructive dialogue for the region. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those perspectives, and I think you have emphasized a number of things. One of them is adopting a nexus approach and having a coordinated approach. I think the participants really alluded to that, and you have emphasized that. And also they need to look at security across board so that we can secure the basin. We are doing badly with time, so I'm reminded that we're already into lunch hour. I would like to invite the African Development Bank representative, Mr. Emanajo Ijemo, Chief Water Resources Manager, to give his perspectives on behalf of the bank. The bank has been supporting the basin for a number of years, and we continue to move together. So if you could give us your perspectives on the Nile Basin Development Forum, and also what you see as the messages we should move forward. Over to you, ADB. Do we have African Development Bank on the right? Secretariat? Do we still have African Development Bank? Probably not. African Development Bank. If
we lost him.
Okay, so sorry about that. We have missed his perspectives. Maybe Honorable Minister, NILCOM Chair, just some question for you. What do you see as really the key issue that we need to take as countries of the basin to move this investment agenda forward? What is the missing link? And in your capacity as the NILCOM Chair, what advice would you give us as Nile Basin countries and also the Nile Basin Initiative organizations, NILSEC, and also the SAPS?
The advice I can give in short is for us to know that we are interconnected, we are interdependent, so we have to improve our coordination. Shortly, that is the advice I can give to our member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So as we bring this session to an end, I'm going to request each of the participants, maybe in less than 1 minute, to give some concluding remarks. Let me start with Honorable Minister. Okay, fine. So let me give the opportunity to the ED. Any concluding remark from you?
Is already the remark is already mentioned by Uganda. I think she having a strong institution is vital. You see, for issue to attain investment, issue to support investment in the Nile Basin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any final remark from the EU representative?
I can only repeat what has been said and what I said already. Without collaboration, there will be no prosperity. So the way forward is indeed keep on talking, but not only talking, also taking action. And as I said, there is funding available, but political will is needed to continue using it properly. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome. Kenya, any final remarks from Kenya?
Thank you so much, Chair and Coordinator. My final take is we have to look at the future in terms of integrated approach so that we bring in the issues of water, food, energy, and livelihoods moving forward so that when we have that integrated approach, we are actually going to ensure sustainability. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Kenya. Final remark from Uganda.
Thank you. I think I've said much, but I think just to add on what the other panelists have said, I think we have to think and look at multiple options. Of course, we need a lot of collaboration and integration. We need the multi-sectoral approaches, but we also need to look at multiple options in which we can undertake investments that can strengthen our collaboration as we move towards addressing other gaps where we have not yet agreed upon, so that our people on the ground can feel what we have been doing and what we continue to do, and we earn Ghana more support, and therefore optimize the natural resources that we have, but also protect it against the impacts of climate change and pollution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uganda. I don't know whether the NILCOM chair has any final remarks before I close this panel discussion. NILCOM chair, any final remark before I close?
No, Your Excellency, I have no other thing to add except to remind all of us here that the pandemic, COVID-19, has shown us that we have all to be resilient, because none of us is resilient unless all of us are resilient. So we have to be interlinked, interconnected, and coordinated in whatever we do in the basin. I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of this high-level panel discussion. I would like you to join me to give a very big applause to our big panel of high-level experts. I think they have given us the final remarks, given us their final perspectives. They have also shown us that we will have a future as a basin, but there are many, many things we need to do. And I think the Nile Basin Development Forum has given us an opportunity to get the views from the wider stakeholder group, from within the basin and outside. I want to thank the organizers for this, and I wish you an enjoyable lunch as we move forward with this celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Callist. Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers, for a lively panel discussion. As we proceed towards lunch now, I would like to make a few announcements. First off, we will be having lunch again at the same room we had it yesterday, the Shenzhen lobby. The Shenzhen restaurant, which is after the lobby bar. Additionally, I want to make an invitation to you all from the Honorable Minister. We will be having a dinner today evening, whereby we will be showcasing beautiful cultural dances from Ethiopia. This is an opportunity for us also to sit down with our Muslim brothers and sisters to break the fast of the day. So I kindly ask you all to make your way down. It's at the same location, just at the ground, under this floor. So if you ask any of the staff, we will also confirm the name of the room to direct you towards it. We will be celebrating this convening together, as well as celebrating the breaking of the fast with our Muslim brothers and sisters. So please come by, let's celebrate the idea of one family, one Nile, one family together. Thank you. Also for lunch, please come back at 2:30. See, sorry, actually 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock is fine. Dinner will be at 6:20. Please make your way there. We will have additional announcements as the day proceeds. Thank you.
background yao wanasema ati when they call you a category, hata ndasikia kweli na hii sauti. Uko na earphones hauna? Tumeanza kwenda? Tumeanza na wale ndio wanakimbia wa mwisho.
Watering and gardening. That's how. Yes.
and last year has really shown us collaboration is the way to go. It allows us to co-create something beautiful when we all come together in unity. Additionally, now the Nile Basin Initiative believes that it's of paramount importance to also have recognition of, well, gender parity, really. So this is why we have those. And now I would also like to recognize some of the partners who have been supporting us in delivering this awards and accolades to the journalists. Right here. We would also like to recognize those partners that are attending in person. The representative for the Global Water Partnership East Africa, Mr. George Sanga, as well as the International Water Management Institute representative, Dr. Abdul Karim Said, who's the country director of Ethiopia, and the East Africa regional representative as well. And we have the Nile Basin Discourse represented by Professor Hamid Muawiyah, who's our board chair. If in the room, please stand for recognition. Can give you a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to a speech by one of the partners, the German ambassador to Uganda.
Honorable hosts, dear Dr. Sileshi, Honorable Nile Council of Ministers, members present, prospective award winners watching from across the basin, Nile Media Awards, partners, distinguished guests, viewers, and friends of the Nile. Of course, it would have been much nicer to meet in person, but this is not possible due to COVID, so at least we're able to join this award ceremony remotely. Germany is honored to be a partner of the Nile Basin Initiative for this third edition of the Nile Media Awards, to recognize excellent reporting and journalistic practice from across the basin. Wherever you look in the world, rivers that cross boundaries always give rise to controversy. In Germany, we have several examples, but the topic is also well known in Central Asia and in Africa. This is very understandable, both for economic and also for existential reasons, because water is life. And that means that the controversy can quickly become emotional and even get out of hand. Threats against other riparian countries are quickly uttered, but never helpful. And this is where the media comes in. The only way forward is dialogue, not only between governments, but also among the broader public. And a constructive dialogue needs reliable, well-researched facts. In the Nile Basin, such a dialogue is key to building consensus in the region and finding solutions to ongoing challenges. The media both reflect public opinion in the region and influence it, and governments rely on media to prepare the ground for policy interventions, agreements, or investment projects, but also they themselves are readers of opinions, ideas, and possible solutions presented in the media. It is in recognition of this role of the media that the German federal government supports these awards. The aim is to encourage and reward fact-based, authoritative and constructive coverage of Nile Basin issues. Germany is honored to be part of building a network of specialized journalists who have a profound knowledge of the challenges faced by the people of the Nile Basin, the political discourse that is ongoing between the countries, and the different contributions that scientists and practitioners across the globe offer to the cooperation process. Fortunately, this network of journalists is growing stronger, and the media over the years is slowly but surely helping to build narratives on Nile Basin issues that go beyond each country's national narrative. We are particularly happy to see that the Media Awards are developing into a joint platform, bringing together partners and supporters of media in the basin to sponsor the various awards. Let me now name this year's co-sponsors: the European Union, German Cooperation, Stockholm International Water Institute, UNESCO IHE Delft, Nile Basin Discourse, Water Journalists Africa, Media in Cooperation and Transformation, Global Water Partnership East Africa, and the International Water Management Institute. Excellencies, dear guests, I'm really looking forward to finding out who has won the awards and to seeing more outstanding coverage from these talented journalists in the future. From here in Kampala, I wish you a wonderful celebration in Addis Ababa and across the region. Thank you. Amasekinalu Mwebale. Honorable host.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ambassador to Germany, of Germany to Uganda. We now move on to a video screening of the announcement of nominees for this year's award. Tag team, please proceed with the video.
(2015), 2017, and now 2021. Media plays a critical role in the member states by raising awareness on the opportunities and benefits of Nile cooperation, addressing the shared challenges, risks and threats, promoting increased factual and balanced reporting on the Nile cooperation in the transboundary waters of the Nile Basin. This is the third edition of the Nile Media Awards 2021.
Thank you very much. Here we are in the MBI, and the issue of today is the Media Awards. The Media Awards were first introduced in 2015. The Nile Basin Initiative recognized that the media in the member states plays a critical role in raising awareness on the opportunities and the benefits of Nile cooperation, and also the need for the basin states shared challenges, risks, and other threats, and also enhance opportunities. So I can say that the goal of the Media Awards is to promote increased factual and accurate reporting on Nile cooperation and Nile Basin issues. The Nile Media Awards 2021 is the third edition of this competition, and this time around we have introduced two new categories: the Best Female entry and best collaborative story. Collaboration is cooperation in essence, which is a mantra the Nile Basin Initiative lives by. I therefore take this opportunity to congratulate all the 25 nominees in this year's award. I wish you all the best and encourage you to continue doing the excellent reporting you have done on the Nile cooperation and the Nile Basin issues. Thank you very much.
The Nile Media Awards 2021. In the category of radio, the nominees are Wake Simon Wudu from South Sudan, Sarah Natolo from Uganda, Yves Rugira from Rwanda, and the winner is
Apologies for the technical difficulties. Give us a second. It will be back. Until then.
Yves Rugira from Rwanda.
Greetings, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Of the Nile River, Friends of the Nile Riverian States. I'm speaking from the Nile Basin Discourse. We are a network of civil society organizations. Our mandate is to link grassroots communities to the decision makers and also create awareness at the grassroots, at the community level. And because we are focused on creating awareness, advocacy, we actually have been choosing the radio. We've been awarding the radio and the media awards since it started. Even this year, 2021, we are actually still awarding the radio, both the first runner-up and second runner-up.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dirk Spilker, and I represent MICT Media and Cooperation and Transition. We're based in Berlin, in Germany. We believe that constructive and high-quality journalistic stories are an important tool to foster Nile cooperation. The Nile Media Awards serve to recognize this important contribution and put best practice into the spotlight. We believe that this encourages even more and better reporting on Nile Basin affairs. This is why we are very happy to have joined hands with all the other NMA partners in advancing reporting on the Nile Basin and Nile cooperation. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
The Nile Media Awards 2021. In the category of photography, the winner is Asma Gamal Abdel Sattar.
Okay, so
my name is Emanuele Fantini. I'm senior lecturer and researcher at ICH Delft, the Institute for Water Education in the Netherlands. We've been working for several years with journalists and researchers from Nile countries to study the role of media and communication in water conflict and cooperation along the Nile River. We have also been training both journalists and researchers on science communication and skills. And we've been trying to facilitate a collaboration between journalists and researchers to produce new knowledge on the river. At IHE Delft, we believe that communication is key to promote a culture of dialogue and mutual understanding in the Nile basin, like everywhere in other basins in the world. Therefore, we're very happy to partner with the Nile Basin Initiative in the Nile Media Awards, and we would like to congratulate all the journalists, photographers, and communicators that have been awarded. Let's keep doing the good job that we're doing all together.
The Nile Media Awards 2021. In the category of television, the nominees are Kevin Ogutu from Kenya, Cynthia Wangui Gishiri from Kenya, Yusra Mustafa from Egypt, and the winner is Yusra Mustafa from Egypt.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amgad El Mahdi. I'm the head of the MENA region office at EMI International Water Management Institute. Today, I'm talking or presenting to you the TV award category that fit with EMI vision, a water secure world, which is also aligned with Nile Basin Initiative as well. EMI is target really the land and water management challenge that facing the poor communities in developing countries to achieve the SDGs in terms of reducing poverty and hunger and also maintaining a sustainable environment. EMI, in a partnership with NBI, seeking to raise awareness about the shared transboundary water like in the Nile Basin, but also to promote cooperation between countries and peace in the region as well. And that's through the Nile Media Award. We choose to present the TV award category because the TV award is really touching the people and help them connect with their peers in neighbor countries in the Nile Basin. It creates a sense of unity about or between citizens of different countries. It also raised the awareness of the audience and educate them about the different collaborative projects that target a common challenge in the region as well. And it also helped to understand really the people's story in the big picture. We see the need to reach more and young generation, and that by talking to them through a short video such as that award that will have an impact on perspective and also form a new vision of more collaborative future of the Nile Basin. Thank you.
My name is George Sanga, Regional Coordinator, Global Water Partnership Eastern Africa. Global Water Partnership Eastern Africa, GWPA, is honored to partner with the Nile Basin Initiative in this year's 6th Nile Basin Development Forum taking place in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. In the 2021 edition, we'll also be supporting the Nile Media Awards by awarding the winner in the TV category. We recognize the fact that billions of people around the world spend most of their time in front of their television sets. This creates a great opportunity for the production of more water and climate stories. This can only be done if the media are empowered and supported to report more objectively on water and climate-related issues. Hence, the decision for GWPA to support this category. We hope that it will be a part of a great journey towards the achievement of SDG 6 SDG 13 and related SDGs, with media as an important stakeholder.
The Nile Media Awards 2021. Digital category. The nominees are Pius Sawa Morefu from Kenya, Bassem Abul Abbas Mohammed from Egypt, Felix Basime from Uganda, Rehab Abd Al-Musin Bakri from Egypt. And the winner is Rehab Abd Al-Musin Bakri from Egypt.
Hello from the European Union. We live in a world of increasing and readily available information on every screen and every corner. To respond to increasing pressures for information, it's getting easier and easier to recycle readily available material, other people's narratives. Conversely, applying critical thought and taking the time of developing an objective, deep analysis on issues that withstands the test of time is becoming rare and precious. Indeed, somebody said that what no word matters, man forgets reality and remembers words. Over the past 7,000 years, this has applied vividly to the Nile Basin region. With this in mind, the EU prides itself on supporting the Nile Media Awards, a competition that rewards reporting excellence to the service of the people across borders and asks contributions to solutions to the many challenges associated with using and managing the basin's water resources. Importantly, the digital category has seen the submission of contributions of exceptional quality that have made a lasting impact among both the public and experts. Through our program, the EU is delighted to sponsor the winner as well as one runner-up in this category. The work, I trust, will go a long way towards building a common basin-wide understanding around the water resources and their use, in turn contributing to a broader, longer-lasting transboundary cooperation and progress. Thank you.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frederick Mujira. I'm the founder of the Journalists Africa. I also co-founded InfoNile, a geojournalism platform for about 500 journalists in the Nile Basin. We practice geojournalism. We want to thank very much Nile Basin Initiative for always, bringing us into these awards and, wanting to be part of the organizers of these awards. We thank you very much, and we think that through these awards, we can contribute towards, breeding super journalists in the Nile Basin who are able to, write stories and inform the audience to take informed decisions. We want to assure you that we will always be part of these awards. We want to thank you very much, the journalists who sent in their stories. I went through these stories and they were very good. We think that we have very good journalists in the Nile Basin. We only want to support these journalists to make sure that they are able to perform their roles as we expect of them. Thank you so much.
The Nile Media Awards 2021. In the category of print, the nominees are Matilda Celine Menywe from Kenya, Rehab Abd Al-Musin from Egypt, Ronald Musoke from Uganda. And the winner is Ronald Musoke from Uganda.
We are honored and excited to be supporting this edition of the Nile Media Awards. It's already the second edition that we are supporting, and that shows the great importance we attach to the media in informing the dialogue of countries and people across the basin. We are particularly happy to be supporting the print category this year. Print is still a major outlet that is read by decision makers across the basin, and journalists have important opportunities to bring discussions to the decision makers, but also to highlight ideas that emanate from the basin discourse to the more broad public. We are delighted to see that there have been many submissions of very high quality in this category this year, and we would very much like to congratulate the winners of this year's print category and all other award winners, and we really hope to be seeing and especially reading more from you in the future. Thank you.
The Nile Media Awards 2021. Best Collaborative Story. The winners are Yusra Mustafa from Egypt, Asma Gamal Abdel Sattar from Egypt, Muhammad Ezeldin Hilali Bashir from Sudan, Joel Bebe Hillary from South Sudan, Akwot Chol Mayak from South Sudan, Dajim Terefe Gesese from Ethiopia, Mugume Davis Rakarinji from Uganda, Kevin Ogutu from Kenya, Sadiki Businje from Rwanda, Neonizigie Fabian from Burundi. The Nile Media Awards 2021. Best Female Entry 2021. The winner is Rehab Abd Al-Musin Bakari from Egypt.
Hi, this is Carrie Schneider joining you from the Stockholm International Water Institute, where we are thrilled to support the 2021 Nile Basin Media Awards. Over the years, the NBI have adapted the award process to include special categories that elevate different underrepresented voices. This year, CWE is proud to present an award to the best female entry. In previous years, the NBI noted a disproportionate lack of engagement from female journalists. Recognizing the importance of gender equality in journalism, the Best Female Submission Award was designed to elevate the voices and perspectives of women journalists working hard across the basin. So what were the results of these efforts? Well, the award process received more overall submission from women journalists this year, including several outstanding and highly rated submissions across several categories. These great submissions were truly representative of the outstanding journalism taking place in the basin, covering key topics such as climate change impacts, oil, geopolitics, human security, and public health. So from Stockholm to the Nile, thank you to every participant in the award process. And thank you to the NBI for recognizing and encouraging all of this fantastic work. Please keep it up.
Thank you very much. Let's give a warm round of applause to the winners. Thanks to our sponsors and partners, the winners will be walking away with $1,500 in cash prizes for the winner. And then for the first runner-up, we'll have a cash prize of $1,000, and the second runner-up will walk away with $500, as well as certificates and accolades. For now, I would like to invite the Honorable Minister of Rwanda, Dr. Jean D'Arc Mujawa Maria, to give a brief speech.
Thank you very much. Our host, Your Excellency Dr. Seresh Bekere, Ethiopia's Minister of Water, Irrigation and Energy, colleagues, members of the Nile Council of Ministers, representatives from NBI member state embassies, the Executive Director of the Nile Basin Initiative Secretariat, Professor Hamad Abdallah, nominees of the Nile Media Awards 2021 edition, partners of the Nile Media Award 2021 edition, representatives of Nile Basin Initiative development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and honor I address you during this auspicious occasion when the Nile Basin Initiative, together with partners of the Nile Media Awards 2021, as well as NBI stakeholders, gathered to recognize the Nile Basin journalists for their quality reporting on Nile cooperation and the Nile Basin initiatives. Nile Basin issues, I beg pardon. I have been informed that while only 25 journalists will be awarded shortly, because the nominees and the awardee have been already announced, there are many other talented and dedicated journalists whose efforts in reporting on issues surrounding the Nile cooperation and the Nile Basin do not go unnoticed. I thank all of you for the good work. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear nominees, I take note that this award ceremony is happening close to the World Press Freedom Day, observed on May 30. Even if May 30 has passed, but we are still near the date of May 3rd. The theme for the day, information as a public good, ties well in with NBI's efforts toward supporting science knowledge-based decision-making to monitoring, protecting, and sustaining the common Nile Basin water resources. As an organization that generates scientific knowledge and information, which is considered a public good, the role of media is instrumental in disseminating the content. I call upon Nile Basin journalists to disseminate the knowledge and information generated by the NBI in a factual and ethical manner. It is only by doing so that you will promote constructive cooperation on the Nile. I commend NBI for recognizing the important role played by the media and for engaging them in various ways, including through Nile Media Awards. Allow me to end by conveying my Warm congratulations to all the 25 nominees for a job well done. Keep it up. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the development partners for supporting the Nile Media Awards, which has now come to be a regular event on the NBI calendar, organized in conjunction with the Nile Basin Development Forum. This is not to forget the partners for this third edition who have contributed cash prizes as well as put in time to ensure a successful selection process. These partners are the European Union, GIZ, Global Water Partnership Eastern Africa, IHE Delft Institute for Water Education, International Water Management Institute, Media in Cooperation and Transition, Nile Basin Discourse, Stockholm International Water Week, Water Journalist Africa, InfoNile, and all the countries that supported their journalists, their media practitioners. I thank all of you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I would now like to invite Professor Saifuddin, the Executive Director of NALSEC.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I apologize for the protocol.
Yeah, and apologies for the mix-up. There was a slight mix-up with the protocol. My apologies for that.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Honorable Dr. Jane Dark, Rwanda's Minister of Environment and Chairperson, Nile Council of Ministers. Honorable Dr. Abraha Adonga, State Minister of Ethiopia's Water, Irrigation and Energy, and host NileCom members of the Nile Council of Ministers online, representatives of the NBI member states, embassies, and nominees of the Nile Media Awards, this 2021 edition, representatives of NBI development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am glad to welcome you to the third edition of the Nile Media Awards, inaugurated in 2015. The goal of the awards, which are organized every 3 years alongside the Nile Basin Development Forum, is to promote increased factual and balanced reporting on Nile cooperation and Nile Basin issues. This gives journalists an opportunity to showcase and receive recognition for their best works. With the valued support of the German federal government through GIZ as well as Nile Media Awards 2020 partners, we are proud to recognize winners of the third edition in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia here. The awards have continued to attract more journalists as well as partners. We are delighted to have received more than 95 entries in languages including English, French, Arabic, Amharic, Kinyarwanda, and Kiswahili. I would like to express again, you see, the special thanks to our panel of judges for their professional and meticulous dedication to a fair and transparent selection process. The jury comprised, again I will repeat because they have done a very good work. The jury comprised representatives from MBI and the 9 partners, the European Union, GIZ, GWP, East Africa, IHE Delft, EMI, MICT, Media in Cooperation and Transition, NBD, Nile Basin Discourse, SIWI, Stockholm, International Water Week, Water Journalist Africa, Info Nile. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the jury selected a total of 25 nominees under 5 categories: print, digital, TV, photography, and radio. And this time around, we have introduced 2 special prizes: the Best Female Entry and Best Collaborative Story. Members of the jury expressed great satisfaction at the quality of entries that were submitted, which made for some stiff competition. And in some cases, we had a tie. There are many talented and dedicated journalists whose important work we were not able to recognize through these awards, but whose efforts in reporting on issues surrounding Nile cooperation and the Nile Basin do not go unnoticed. I commend all those who submitted their entries and take this opportunity to congratulate all the 25 nominees. Thank you for demonstrating professionalism in your work. Dear nominees, we hope that these awards will serve as a reminder that an accurate and constructive reporting plays a key role in fostering positive relationships among the Nile Basin states and people regarding management and development of the common Nile Basin water resources. I wish to encourage all those who submitted entries to continue with the good work of reporting on Nile cooperation and Nile Basin issues, and I wish you all the best. I would like to sincerely thank all the 9 partners for the 3rd edition. Thank you for the time put in to evaluate the many entries as well as contributing cash prizes. The Nile Basin Initiative looks forward to continued collaboration in future editions, as well as capacity building among us journalists of the Nile region so as to improve their understanding of the complex Nile issues and promote a return to factual reporting on the Nile. NILECOM Chair, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I end by congratulating the winners, and I give a special appreciation to the German federal government for supporting this and previous editions of the Nile Media Awards, and the government of Ethiopia for hosting this awards ceremony. I wish you all enjoyable ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, ED, for the remarks. We now go into the award itself. So the best female today, as mentioned, majority of our nominees and winners are not with us due to the COVID pandemic. We do have one winner who represents them all. We will have the first will be the first award that I will call on will be the best female entry, won by Rihab Al-Mohsen Bakr. Rihab, please make your way here. That cash prize has been contributed. That cash prize has been contributed by the Stockholm International Water Institute. whereby she will win an $1,500 cash prize. Rehab is also our winner in the digital category, whereby she will win 1,500, contributed by the European Union. She is also the first runner-up for the print category, and therefore will win a cash prize of $1,000, contributed by NBI and GIZ. So let's do a photo, yeah. One more prize left. Quite a lot of prize. This reminds me of the song, All I Do Is Win, 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 because you win, win, win. We can. Yeah. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Rehab. Thank you, Honorable State Minister Dr. Abraha. Thank you, ED. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Thank you. So I would like to also congratulate the winners who are not with us. Great job. Keep it up. As well as all the partners who've made this possible, especially the German federal government, who continues to support the Nile Media Awards. We thank you. Additionally, all the other partners like the Global Water Partnership East Africa, the International Water Management Institute, Nile Basin Discourse, as well as others, the European Union, the European Union, the IHE Delft Institute for Water Education, International Media in Cooperation and Transition, the Stockholm International Water Institute, and Water Journalist Africa, and InfoNile. Thank you. Thank you for your support. We have now come to the end of the Nile Media Awards ceremony. We now move into our program, whereby I would like to invite over the Nile Basin Discourse Board Chair, Professor Muawiyah Shaddad, to give some remarks.
good late afternoon, if I may call that. And allow me to present the statement of NBD. NBD more or less has been the twin sister of MBI. We have about more than 620 organizations in the 10 countries of the Nile Basin. And we were there from the very beginning. We were there when MBI went to the first, I was there too, the first donor call in which MBI got about 500 million promises, dollars. So allow me to start my statement. Distinguished ministers, executive director, ambassadors, TAC and participants at the NBDF 2021. On behalf of the Nile Basin Discourse, and on my own behalf, allow me to express my deep pleasure of being part of the closing days of the Nile Basin Development Forum of 2021. I say thank you to MBI and to the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for hosting historical NBDF 2021. Discussions at this NBDF, which has its theme of rethinking regional investment in the Nile Basin, have been informative and have brought up pertinent issues for cooperative development. This theme is supported by 6 sub-themes on water security, energy security, food security, environmental sustainability, climate change adaptation, and transboundary water governance. The sub-themes are important to the stakeholder of the Nile, therefore important to NBD. A number of key messages have come out of the virtual webinars that ran for a number of weeks, in addition to the physical meeting of yesterday and today. NBD sees many aspects of working together in all key messages that have been virtually produced. However, I would like to highlight a few of these messages that hopefully would be in the priority list for follow-up action or of our 2 organizations, NBD and NBI. The first priority that I would like to point is destruction of environment and effect on the Nile riparian communities. Across the basin, general destruction of environment, ecosystem, and watersheds, and pollution of surfaces and groundwater is occurring at an increasing rate. This is threatening the sustainability of the ecosystem and of the many goods and services derived from the natural resource base that Nile riparian communities are dependent upon for sustenance and economic development. Water resources, data, and information. NBD complementing NBD with citizen data. The demand for timely and accurate water resources data and information to support strategic and operational decision-making and support the identification and the design of natural and regional water infrastructure is on the increase. The increase in demand is driven by multiple factors, including socioeconomic development and impacts of global climate change, which are manifesting strongly in the region. Benefit sharing among us, the Nile riparian communities. The Nile River is an international watercourse that traverses the territories of 11 countries. This great river needs to be cooperatively managed to ensure that its water and related natural resources are protected and sustainably utilized, and that socio-economic benefit arising from the river are equitably shared among the Nile riparian communities. Stakeholder participation and engendering the Nile. Stakeholder participation, notably achievements, have been made by the NBI and NBI discourse, in stakeholder involvement, but further work is needed to bridge the gap between theory and practice and deepen stakeholder participation and gender mainstream in NBI investment activities. Participants further observe that community engagement and people-to-people exchange contribute to confidence and trust building and need to be further supported and nurtured in the basin. Building trust. The role of non-state actors. Against a backdrop of low level of trust among high-level state actors, Nile countries need to increase support for multi-track water diplomacy that include the role of non-state actors to reduce obstacles to collective action and positively influence ongoing negotiation. Dialogue platforms and giving voice to ordinary people of the basin. Dialogue through various platforms and fora is key ingredient in trust building and reaching consensus on solution to ongoing challenges in the Nile region. Dialogue, therefore, needs to be supported by NBI and development partners. Dialogue must not be restricted to exchanges between government officials and experts, but must broadly encompass and give a voice to ordinary people of the basin, as well as media, technical practitioners, scientists, researchers, and the technology sector. A Nile benefit sharing, regional and institutional arrangement, inclusive of state and non-state actors, to move from theory to practice in regional Nile benefit sharing. There is need for regional institutional arrangements that is inclusive of state and non-state actors and stakeholders at all levels, and is based on a pool basket of benefit of multi-purpose joint development with evidence-based decision-making that considers the related costs and the possible trade-off. In conclusion, I again congratulate the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and NBI for a successful NBDF 2021. And I will also like to affirm that NBD stands with NBI and would like us to continue our collaborative effort to the engagement of the livelihood of the communities. I would like also to add for 1 minute my own reflections from yesterday and today, and I hope you bear with me for these reflections. My reflections, as I said, I have been engaged on the Nile Basin from start under civil society and NBD. And I said early on, we were part of the first donor meeting of the Nile Basin, where we were going from donor to donor, telling them this shared vision is also the civil society shared vision. This is what we've been hoping for the Nile Basin. We will be working together. You must support NBI. I still remember some of the people who were there at that early time, okay? Unfortunately, to be honest, I'm really a bit sad and disappointed. So much effort, so much energy, so much NBI brains, Nile Basin brains, all over the last some 20 years ago, or 20 years. And we still way back, and some say we're not even on track or road to achieve the visions of both NBI and NBD. We're not even near the dream of massive sustainable development and investment that was supposed to address poverty, water and food security, peace, health and education, climate change, addressing other water resources in the basin, governance, shared benefit. The list is long, but not anywhere near there. We need billions. We need billions. And we are getting survival and a small amount. Look at even the project now is coming from the World Bank. It's only 30 million. This is remind me of the NEPAD syndrome. You know, NEPAD, when it started, it was talking about 64 billion a year. It got nowhere. Many reasons were given yesterday and today. Some say it's all up somewhere, all this project, all these ideas somewhere up there in the sky, and need to be down on the ground to the people of the Nile. Some said no political will. Some say no trust, no cooperation among the riparian countries. Some say we need all of the people of the Nile, not only just government, to address the issue. It is clear we have not been able to convince the world to come with investment of billions, not 20 here, 30 here, 10 there. Maybe we need to think more out of the box. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Muawiyah. I would now like to invite over Dr. Michael Kiza, who will give us the NBDF reflections.
Thank you very much, MC. My task here is to present our reflections on the 6th NBDF. But before I go to that, I just felt like it would be very important for me as a member of the organizing task team to first give thanks to some of those people that have worked in the background. Some of them have not been seen, but they've worked very hard to get this this NBDF to where we are now. So I'll just briefly run through some thanks that I'll give on behalf of the organizing team. So on behalf of the organizing team, first of all, we want to extend our thanks to the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia through the Ministry of Water, Irrigation and Energy for agreeing and also delivering on the hosting of this 6th NBDF during a very tough time. In this regard, our special thanks go to the State Minister in the Ministry, Dr. Abraham Abdugna, the Chairperson of the National Organizing Committee, and all your team at the Ministry who have worked very tirelessly throughout the whole process. I also want to give special thanks to your envoy, Engineer Tefera Beyene, who we were working with day to day, sometimes night to night, trying to put everything together to ensure that we have a successful NBDF. It is such commitment that has pulled this off. We also wish to thank the funding partners in EU, GIZ, World Bank, and all the partners that they've talked about here in who supported the Media Awards, because these are the partners that really come in to support Nile Cooperation, and they've been with us all these years. We also wish to thank the participants. We really got a lot of abstracts, but even along the way, we encouraged other participants to come on board. So we thank you for honoring our invitation and agreeing to share your vast knowledge and experiences on the challenges in the Nile and where Nile riparians need to go. from here. Finally, but not least, I thank my colleagues in all the centers of NBI who have been involved in organizing the forum. This was indeed a very challenging forum to organize because of the times. It required a lot of innovation, really thinking out of the box, and boldness actually to try out new things. All these virtual things, they are new to us, all of us, and we are trying as we go. So I thank you for stepping up and delivering a successful NBDF. Thank you for your hard work and commitment. With that, I'm going to read through these reflections at the conclusion of the 6th NBDF. On behalf of everyone that is involved, these are the reflections that we have, all the way starting from when we launched in February, through the webinars and up to now. So I start. The 6th NBDF has just concluded, I hope successfully, at Ethiopian Skylight Hotel in Addis Ababa. Every 3 years, Nile Basin Initiative, with the support of its partners and friends, holds the Nile Basin Development Forum. The event is a major gathering of the community of practice on transboundary water cooperation and provides them with a unique opportunity to share information, knowledge, and best practices, expand networks, build common understanding of the development challenges and opportunities of the Nile Basin, and provides suggestions for a common course of action for sustained management and development of the basin for the benefit of the riparians of the basin. The NBDF held this year, 2021, was the 6th in the series. Due to the COVID pandemic, this event has been held mostly virtually. Preceding this event, NBI organized 30 webinars that were attended by 824 persons and from 55 different nationalities, a number that has grown in the last day and today. The webinars were used to discuss a wide range of topics on the Nile under the overall theme of rethinking regional investments in the Nile Basin. The webinar discussions came up with many pertinent observations on the state of the basin and suggestions for dealing with common challenges. Some of the key observations that we were able to filter out were as follows. Number 1, studies by NBI and other partners have shown that most Nile Basin riparian countries are waging an uphill battle to ensure food, energy, and water security for their populations under the current state of very many changes in the climate and other pressures. Further, it is recognized that the key challenges of most riparian countries is the fact that current infrastructure investment is inadequate. Therefore, Nile riparians need to strengthen their efforts, supported by NBI, toward meeting water, food, and energy security of their citizens through, among others, infrastructure investments, which has been the theme of this NBDF. In advancing infrastructure investments to ensure water, food, and energy security of the basin population, the member states need to play primary roles. This can be complemented by the support that other regional institutions provide. Studies of NBI and other partners have shown that there are a number of innovative solutions that are available to ensure that water and food and energy security of the basin population to ensure the water, food, and energy security of the basin population in a more efficient and sustainable manner. Therefore, NBI needs to promote these innovative solutions so that member states can adopt and implement them. As the population of the Nile Basin countries is projected to double soon, we had within 1 generation, the demand for water is expected to show substantial increase concomitantly, compounding the challenge of meeting water and food and energy demands of the basin citizens. Dealing with this challenge requires the Nile countries to embrace a nexus approach. The challenge also requires Nile riparian countries to increase coordination in the management and planning of existing and future water use, and cooperatively take action to implement measures to help bridge the gap between water availability and water demand in the basin. Major hydraulic structures have been constructed in cascade in different parts of the basin. Benefits from these installations can be maximized through coordination in the operation of these facilities. Dealing with this challenge calls on Nile countries to increase the exchange of data and information to improve operation of the hydraulic facilities. The task to promote investment that will confer benefits to Nile countries is much larger than can be handled by a single regional institution. All regional organizations and the people of the basin at large stand to benefit from collaboration in advancing a regionally coordinated approach to water-related investments. NBI could play a lead role in bringing together other actors such as East African Power Pool, COMESA, East African Community, and IGAD, and any other partners to work together in developing this approach and formulating potential investment programs. The role of media in Nile cooperation was also reiterated. NBI and partners, it was emphasized, need to enhance collaboration among themselves as well as to increase their support to capacity building among journalists of the Nile region so as to improve their understanding of the complex Nile issues and promote a return to factual reporting on the Nile. Nile media practitioners need to engage in more collaborative storytelling, which can help tell different sides of the same story. It is important to have heads of state of government engaged in championing regional investments that confer a basket of benefits to all riparian countries. In this regard, the planned second Nile heads of state and government summit can profitably be used to advance regional investments on one hand and strengthen the support to member states in advancing the proposed regional investment agendas. Therefore, it was concluded as follows. At the conclusion of the forum, through the different speeches that we've had today, the Nile Council of Ministers and the various speakers extended their special thanks to the people of the government and the people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for a warm welcome and hospitably accorded to them, and the delegates who traveled from other countries to participate physically in the closing ceremony of the 6th NBDF and Nile Media Awards. NILECOM members also extended their appreciation to the development partners who have supported NBI over the years. Particular appreciation was extended to GIZ and World Bank, who have supported the preparations of the NBDF, and to local partners in Ethiopia who supported the country in hosting the event. Finally, NILECOM members expressed their thanks to the staff of NBI centers who organized the forum. The forum concluded with a call on all people of the Nile Basin to redouble their efforts to attain the shared vision objective, which is to achieve sustainable socio-economic development through equitable utilization of and benefit from the shared Nile Basin water resources. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kiza, for those reflections. As we now come to the closing of the closing ceremony, I would like to invite once more Her Honorable Excellency, Dr. Gian D'Arc Mujawa Maria, to give the official closing. Her Excellency, if you can hear us. In that case, I would like to invite the ED, Dr. Saifuddin, to provide. Thank you, Dr. Honorable Minister, Dr. Jian. We have come to the end of the ceremony, and we'll be handing over to you, Honorable Excellency, to give the closing. Thank you, Honorable Excellency. I now invite you, Honorable Excellency, to give the closing. Apologies for the mix-up there. Our closing, okay.
Dear participants, I think in the absence of Her Excellency, the Co-Chair, I would like just to deliver a very short vote of thanks to the NILCOM Chair, Dr. Jen, and to all the NILCOM ministers, and also a special thanks for Dr. Selaji Bakali, the host Minister and Dr. Abraha, the State Minister, for the contributions they have done through the process. You see, from the beginning of the process in 22nd of February until now, and also to thank the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for hosting this event and for the excellent and dedicated work they have done through the process, and also to thank all the audience and the attendance of the webinars and the panelists and also to thank the media, nominees, and to congratulate also the winners. And also I would like to thank you all for attending this ceremony, the closing ceremony in the last 2 days, and also congratulate who were online also attending the ceremony, and to thank all the Nile Basin staff, Secretariat, and the two staffs, and to thank you all. I hope that I did not forget. It is just a vote of thanks, and for those who are traveling, a successful and healthy return to your home countries, and for those who are staying, an enjoyable weekend. Thank you very much, and hope to see you in the next, hopefully in the next NBDF. Still, it has to be decided by the COM. Thank you very much. And also, not to forget our facilitator today. It was an excellent job of facilitation. Thank you very much for the good work you have done today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edie. Thank you all. Before we conclude, there are a few announcements I would like to make. First off, of course, thank you to all the participants, speakers. As mentioned earlier, there will be a dinner program at 6:20 here at the Skylight Hotel at the traditional restaurant. It's also known as Taim Restaurant. We've also organized as we've strived to accommodate all of us. I mean, within the Nile Basin, we are a big family of diverse, beautiful people who also have different cultures and different religions, and that is what makes us so beautiful. And as such, we have also organized a room, meeting room 1, for prayers for our Muslim brothers and sisters. So after prayers, you can join us for futur. We look forward to breaking the fast with you all. And also for all the participants, please come join us for dinner. Let's have a beautiful time. Let's be one family, like there is one Nile. So that's one of the announcements. The second one is tomorrow there will be a trip to the Unity Park. It's a beautiful, beautiful park in the center of Addis. We will be having a pickup at 8:30 at the Radisson Blu Hotel. All those who are interested in joining, please come by there at 8:30. We will take you, we will show you how beautiful Addis is, and hopefully next time the whole of Ethiopia too. Lastly, please, if any of you find forms on the table, feel free to fill them out. We will collect them. And then, yeah, so thank you so much for the event, and we have officially come to a close. Thank you. Forgot to mention, dinner will be at 6:20.